I'm here.
Hang on.
You gotta give it a... crash. I apologize. So, yeah. But anyway, okay, so you guys were all together. That's great. Awesome. Like I said, I unfortunately was very, very, very busy putting together something for us for tonight and also packing. So I kind of had to deal with that. But I hope you guys had a really good live. I've been off TikTok. Are y'all good?
Yeah, it was a good time.
I'm glad to hear that. Did Big Mike hang out with you guys or no?
No, I'm not good.
What happened?
I hung out with Big Mike and let me tell you what I found out today from the Department of the Furlough.
Uh-oh.
Guess what? Are you ready?
Uh-oh, yeah.
They canceled the Marine Corps birthday flyovers because we don't have any money.
Oh, I bet you're pretty pissed about that. That is not a good day.
Well, just hold on, okay? Because if they open it up this week, isn't that going to be enough time?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. They're not going to open that up. They're going to hold out. They're going to hold out. There's so many things can happen for them if they hold out. So they're going to hold out. I
don't think they are.
Oh, I would be very surprised if they don't.
I'm willing to take a bit.
I guess you've got some inside scoop? Yes. All right. Well, that's decent news then, I guess. Well, can I say...
It's going to be probably Thursday.
In light of that, I made something specific for this tonight. Specific. Actually, I made several things, but I will tell you guys I've got a couple. I made 5 songs today. 5. Okay.
Whoa.
Yes, and I'm going to tell you some of them are funny as hell on purpose. And one of them is about the government shutdown. So I am just going to say this. When we hit 100, guys, 100K, because this is what happened last night, and I was like, oh, I feel so not prepared. I am prepared tonight. Yep, for every 100 you hit, I got a new song for you. So, yep, and some of them are funnier than the rest. So anyway, yep, I've got bashing. Well, I don't want to say it too loud, but I've got some that are making fun of another party, and some other things too, which is, really kind of fun. So anyway, we will see. I'm very excited about these though, and it'll give us something to look forward to when we hit the 100K mark. So obviously tap, because I want to be able to play it for y'all. But
so I was really disappointed today.
Why, honey? I mean, other than
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You didn't.
Disappointed today because you didn't come in. We had 285 people in my live.
That's awesome.
Oh, how
You were up there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Did you hear why I didn't come in though? Number one, I didn't even know y'all were on. I was hey there, by metal. I was, if you can hear me, I was actually off completely off of TikTok this afternoon after I went down because I had to work on that because I promised it, and then I also went ahead and packed everything, and then it's just been getting ready because I leave tomorrow morning at like 5:30, so in the morning. That's why I wasn't on. And I still, when I get off tonight, which means it won't be a late night, I have to go and get a shower, get all my shit ready by the door.
I figured we would throw the news on here.
So, to go anywhere, which I'm not really
I'm so
about,
hyped.
to be honest.
We were fucking
We'll see.
spazzing out over it.
I just don't have time. Or I might wait until I get up there. We'll see. Maybe I'll just go to a salon when I get there. At this point in time, I don't have time much for anything. So I really don't want to I really don't want to have to do that. Let's put it that way. So I'll probably wait until I get
fix
up
it,
there. I just
Anthony?
have no idea where I would even go. So I'm going to be asking people where the hell to go in Oceanside. But anyway, and honestly, I don't feel like doing this at, probably 11 or 12 o'clock at night. So that being said, but I have managed to get everything into my tiny little suitcase, which is just unbelievable if you saw what was in it. So anyway, and you should see my daughter's bag. That's a whole nother ball game right there. All right. Well, let's get started. I'm really proud of you. I'm glad you guys had a big number in there. That's great news.
Now we're worldwide on YouTube, and here comes our song.
She's here.
Is your daughter going with you?
Yes, she is.
Oh, how fun.
Yep. So she's here. I don't know what she's doing right now, but she was downloading movies from Netflix onto her computer. But I don't know why, because we have Wi-Fi, but it's the just in case model. You know what I mean? The just in case the Wi-Fi is broken or whatever, then she has that option. So, yep. So other than that, that's really it. So, yeah, I'm very excited. I don't know the plan yet tomorrow, but I'll tell you guys pretty early if someone else is going to host or if I'm going to go live at 5 o'clock there, obviously, which will be 8 o'clock the current time. It just depends because I don't know what's going on with my son. I don't know. So it's really hard to say. So I have to talk to everybody, but I will be going live some nights this week, and I will be live sometimes during the day because I can't let my, the numbers fall freaking dramatically, which would be apparently terrible because Anthony told me what happened. Y'all work too hard. That's not cool. So anyway, but let's go ahead and get started. Unless anybody has any information that they want to share right now, I obviously want to give the floor. So anything y'all want to say? Alrighty. Okay, well...
Yes, I want to tell everybody thank you for... Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah.
hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just wanted to tell everybody thank you for all their kindness and thank you for last night. I'm sorry. I was just in shock. And when my son called, I thought something had happened to one of my grandchildren. And so I panicked and I threw my headset down and ran off. And I was just in a panic. So I appreciate everybody's thoughts and everything. And thank you for your kindness. I really do appreciate it.
Of course. So, and we obviously care about you immensely, and we're giving you virtual hugs right now. So, I'm glad it wasn't that. I'm glad it was not that. So anyway, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. All right, we're going to get started. I am looking to see, I don't know if Stacy's in here. Just keep an eye open, guys. If you see Hank or she come in the room, I don't know if they're coming or not. Wheezy girl, what's up? Anyway, sorry. So I am going to get started right now. Maybe, if I can find the right freaking thing. Oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, let's go, folks. The news is in. Stay tuned. Join in if you're outside and you look in YouTube. Here we go, baby. Goddamn, everybody. I love my fucking goddamn crew. Love you, boys. Love you, girls. Let's go. Make sure to go check us out on TikTok, everybody.
not, it's kind of catchy. There we go. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, I have a special song for you guys at 100K, so please try to tap. I appreciate everything that you do, and I know this team does as well. We're going to get started, of course, with U.S. politics and June, and we'll get started right now. June.
Good evening, everybody. Everybody had a very nice weekend. I wanted to let you know that today is called All Souls Day, or Day of the Dead, but that's more of a Mexican tradition than an American tradition. Anyway, I'm going to start with the Schumer shutdown, Day 32. Senator Mark Warner, D. Virginia, said he's hopeful the government shutdown could come to an end this week with President Trump back from his Asia trip. In an interview on CBS's News Face the Nation, Warner sidestepped questions about where Democrats would be willing to compromise in the month-long funding standoff, but pressed for the president to come to the negotiating table. Quote, "We knew this wasn't going to end until Donald Trump was back in the country. He's now back in the country. He's got to go ahead and put America first and sit down with us, deal with the healthcare shortage," unquote, Warner added. Warner said any negotiation will require Trump in the room. Warner said he hopes, too, that the administration funds the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program after a federal judge ordered officials to spend an emergency fund for the program. By the way, it hasn't happened. There's no money going into SNAP accounts right now. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said Sunday that he expects flight delays and cancellations to continue as the ongoing government shutdown creates staffing shortages at airports nationwide. Quote, "We will delay, we will cancel any kind of flight across the national airspace to make sure people are safe," he told ABC News This Week co-anchor Martha Raddatz today. Quote, "There's a level of risk that gets injected into the system when we have a controller that's doing two jobs instead of one," unquote. "We don't want crashes. We want people to go safely. And so we will slow and stop traffic if we don't think we can manage it in a way that keeps people safe as they go from point A to point B," he added. Next, Senator John Fetterman, D. Pennsylvania, said Sunday that Democrats need to own the current government shutdown amid a fight over Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program SNAP funding. "It's deeply, deeply distressing to know that 42 million Americans are going to lose their SNAP benefits," Fetterman told CNN Jake Tapper on State of the Union. "And now that's one of the big reasons why I refused to shutting our government down. I know why," they claim, "because they want to address the tax credits." As I've shared with you over the past month, Senator Fetterman is one of 3 non-Republicans who have voted in favor of the continuing resolution, CR. The other 2 are Catherine Cortez Masto, D. Nevada, and Angus King, Independent, Maine. And then we have Senator Rand Paul, R. Kentucky, who has voted with the Democrats throughout the shutdown. And as I mentioned to Marine Mom, scuttlebutt around the Hill is that there will be coming to Jesus on Wednesday when the House comes back into session and senators are back from their long weekend. As you all know, elections will take place in certain places around the country on Tuesday, and it should be back to normal on Wednesday. So we shall see, but it's looking very hopeful that things are going to be resolved this coming week. On that note of the elections, Obama was stumping for 2 gubernatorial candidates over the weekend. So enthusiasm was high among New Jersey Democratic voters who flocked to a community college campus on Saturday evening to hear from former President Barack Obama as
Hello,
he rallied
Jamie.
support for Representative Mickey Sherrill in her campaign for the governorship. Prominent rally speakers and attendees alike celebrated hearing from Obama, but also repeatedly spoke about President Trump, slamming him for efforts to deport illegal aliens and pinning blame for the ongoing federal government shutdown on Trump and the Republicans. A handful of voters relayed that their ballot was not solely focused on Sherrill, but also a vote against Trump and his administration. Obama leaned into slamming Trump during his remarks to the crowd, claiming the current economy has benefited Trump's billionaire friends, while ordinary families pay.
These are all war cams, and then we're hosting U.S. politics and global politics and war and EAMs and planes over on TikTok on Marine Mom's server. You can look her up by putting Marine Mom, all one word, and number 4 in TikTok, if you're on TikTok. This is where we host our news. We broadcast it here to YouTube.
Excuse me. And a suck up to the Republican Party. Obama then slammed the president again and Republicans in a campaign stump for Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate for the Virginia governor's office. The government is shut down, and the Republicans who currently are in charge of Congress, they're not even pretending to solve the problem, Obama told that rally crowd. Obama didn't mention Democrats' part in the shutdown when talking about it on
We're your
Saturday.
first in news here on YouTube. We cover everything before the news does.
Quote, our country and our politics are in a pretty dark place right now. It's hard to know where to start because every day this White House offers us a fresh batch of lawlessness and recklessness and mean-spiritedness and just plain craziness, he charged. Obama tore into Donald Trump and said it feels like every day is Halloween, except it's all tricks and no treats under his administration. Let me remind you guys that it is his blasted healthcare program that has caused the shutdown. The only winners in the Affordable Care Act milieu, in my opinion, have been the shareholders of those insurance companies that sold the policies. Next, President Trump defended raids conducted and tactics used by Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE officers this year, saying he believes they haven't gone far enough. In a clip of his 60 Minutes interview, he was asked if he believed some raids had gone too far after videos surfaced of agents using tear gas in a Chicago residential neighborhood and smashing car windows. Quote, no, I think they haven't gone far enough because we've been held back by judges, by the liberal judges that were put in by Biden and by Obama. Trump responded. When asked if he was okay with those tactics, Trump responded, well, yeah, because you have to get the people out. You have to look at the people. Many of them are murderers. Many of them are people thrown out of their countries because they were, criminals, he added. Also saying his administration was deporting them. Is it your intent to deport people without a criminal record? CBS's Norah O'Donnell asked Trump. Quote, we have to start off with a policy, and the policy has to be that you came into the country illegally, you're going to go out, Trump said. However, you've also seen you're going to go out. We're going to work with you, and you're going to come back into our country legally. Since returning to the White House, Trump has increased immigration raids nationwide, sending massed federal agents into some sanctuary cities in an effort to deport immigrants allegedly in the country illegally. What's very interesting, as the government shutdown stretches over a month, one left-wing figure has emerged as House Republicans' most cited political boogeyman, and it's not either of the top two Democrats in Congress. Instead, it's Zohran Mamdani, a New York State Assemblyman and self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist who is running for mayor more than 200 miles away in New York City. I've done some deep dives into this character, and I can tell you that it's been quite concerning. When Mamdani stepped to the microphone outside the Islamic Cultural Center of the Bronx last week near Yankee Stadium, his voice broke as he spoke about the memory of my aunt who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe. As you probably know, it subsequently came out that that was a lie. His aunt was in Tanzania at the time. Behind him, a Yemeni-American educator in sunglasses named Debbie Al-Montasser nodded. Almost 2 decades ago in 2007, she was forced to resign as principal of a city school after defending a t-shirt with the slogan Intifada NYC. City officials viewed it as a call to violence. She said it was benign. Her case became a rallying cry for Muslim American activists who cast her as a victim of Islamophobia. Now Al-Montasser was back, this time as a senior advisor to Engage, EMGAGE Action, and a board member of Yemeni American Merchants Association Action, 2 of 110 political non-profits, community groups, and political action committees backing Mamdani as he alleges Islamophobia against him. Recently, when critics questioned Mamdani's ties to a hardline Brooklyn imam called Siraj Wah, pushed the nation to the brink of collapse. Tens of thousands have fled the city, with over 62,000 people escaping in a recent 4-day period, according to the UN. Those who reached relative safety of displacement hubs like Tawila brought with them stories of terror. Quote, "We saw large numbers of unalived people. If you went to the hospital, you'd be shocked," said a grandmother who had walked for 5 days with her grandchildren. Witnesses described RSF fighters going house to house, killing unaliving civilians and committing schmechel essays, leaving many victims with gunshot wounds in the streets. The 2-year conflict has unalived over 40,000 people, a figure aid groups say is a significant undercount, and has displaced more than 14 million, and has fueled famine declarations in parts of Darfur. Okay, next is Nigeria. So the Nigerian government has completely dismissed claims by President Trump that it is allowing the mass killings or unalivings of Christians by Islamists. Trump made his accusation on social media on Friday, threatening possible U.S. military action and saying Washington might cut off aid if Abuja failed to protect them. President Bola Tinubu has defended his country's protection of religious freedom, saying the claims did not reflect its national reality. The nation of more than 200 million people is split between the largely Muslim north and the mostly Christian south. A presidency spokesperson on Sunday said, however, that Nigeria would welcome U.S. assistance in fighting an ongoing Islamist insurgency as long as its territorial integrity was respected. For over 15 years, Abuja has been fighting an Islamist insurgency which is largely confined to the northeast of the country. While Christians have been killed, most of the victims have been Muslims. Okay, next is Tanzania. So Tanzania's main opposition party has rejected President Samia Suluhu Hassan's landslide victory in elections that were marred by deadly protests. Landslide, 98% of the vote. Chadema, which was barred from taking part in the poll, has described the results as completely fabricated, alleging the process was not a genuine election. So Hassan won the country's disputed election with more than 97% of the vote, according to official results announced early Saturday. Demonstrators angry at the exclusion of the two main challengers to the president and what rights groups said were arrests and abductions of opponents clashed with security forces for days. Accepting the winner's certificate in Dodoma, Hassan criticized the protesters, describing them as unacceptable, uncivilized, and unpatriotic. She described her win as a collective victory for Tanzanians. Quote, "This election was a test not only of the popularity of manifestos and the development agenda of the political parties, but also to the maturity of the nation's democracy," unquote, she said. Witnesses say that during the protest, police fired tear gas and shot at demonstrators in cities across the country. There are widely varying reports of the number of unalivings, with the opposition saying hundreds were unalived and the UN saying it has credible reports that at least 10 people passed away. Rights groups, including Amnesty International, warned of a pattern of enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrests, and extrajudicial unalivings in Tanzania ahead of the polls. A nationwide curfew has been imposed since Wednesday's vote by the authorities, and internet access has been curbed. The government has dismissed the opposition tally of the unalivings as hugely exaggerated and has rejected criticism of its human rights record. Quote, patriots build their countries and do not destroy what their fellow countrymen's blood and sweat built. The government strongly condemns these recent events, unquote, she said. Chadema has described the demonstrations as proof that Tanzanians reject the outcome of the flawed poll. The result is likely to amplify the concerns of critics, opposition groups, and others who said the election in Tanzania was not a contest but a coronation. Tundu Lissu, leader of Chadema, has been jailed for months, charged with treason after he called for electoral reforms that he said were a prerequisite for free and fair elections. Another opposition figure, Luhaga Mpina of the ACT Wazalendo group, was barred from running. Okay, finally, Western Sahara. So I told you that they were waiting for a UN Security Council to discuss it. So I now have the results. The UN Security Council voted Friday to extend the mandate of its Western Sahara mission for 1 year, while formally endorsing Morocco's autonomy plan as the sole basis for resolving the decades-old conflict, a move that has sharply divided the international community. The resolution drafted by the US passed with 11 votes in favor and 3 abstentions. It marks a significant diplomatic shift by explicitly recognizing Morocco's 2007 autonomy proposal as the sole foundation for a fair and lasting resolution. This represents a departure from the UN's traditional emphasis on a mutually acceptable political solution achieved through direct negotiations between Morocco and the Polisario Front. The resolution intensifies the diplomatic battle over the Western Sahara, a former Spanish colony largely controlled by Morocco since 1975, but considered non-self-governing by the UN. The vote signals growing Western support for the Moroccan plan.
Yeah, if you look at
since
the
US
top
under
right-hand
President
video,
Trump
those
first
the red
endorsed
marks
it
that
in
are on the
2020,
Ukraine map, that is where
further
they're
isolating
bombing.
the
And
Polisario
Anthony, I
Front
turned it all the
and
way
its
up. It
allies,
sounds fine on my
while
YouTube,
leaving
on
the
my
fundamental
new
question of
phone. I don't know what's going on, man.
unresolved. As expected, Moroccans have been celebrating support from the UN in the country's claim to the disputed Western Sahara. Morocco considers the territory its own, while the Algeria-backed Polisario Front wants to establish an independent state called the Sahrawi, that's S-A-H-R-A-W-I, Republic. In a rare televised address, Morocco's King Mohammed VI welcomed the Security Council's support of its autonomy plan, first presented to the UN in 2007. And that concludes my presentation for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Appreciate that. Amazing as always. I want to thank everybody who, Nigeria, what a shame. I do want to thank everybody who tapped, obviously, to get us to 100. And I let you guys pick the song that you wanted to hear first. So I am going to do that now. Just bear with me 1 second. And then we'll get started. We don't have Hank, so we're going to prep for Department of War, but we're going to play the song first. Sorry for the background noise, guys. Not just me right now. So, okay, let's see.
85 points. And then the rest of our co-host, the main co-host,
I gotta get to the song here because it's loaded. All right, but I just have to change a setting. Okay, so this is, y'all picked the shutdown shuffle is what you picked. So again, like I made some songs today, and this is going to be one of them. Just bear with me here. All right, just making sure I can get the sound on it up.
I turned it all
There we
the way
go.
up.
And here we go.
workers on furlough. Thanks to Capitol, parks are closing, phones all ring. IRS on vacation, oh, what a beautiful thing. Reporters asking how'd we get here. Dem shrug back like budget's weird. Meanwhile, TSA's working for free like saints. And Congress says, oops, guess we can't do the shutdown shuffle, blame it DOP. But y'all were holding the pen, so don't look at me. Grand speeches, headlines, camera lights flash, then bang, government crashes like Windows 98. Dance around the 4-point fingers left and right, but don't pretend you didn't stall the vote all night. Shutdown shuffle, Washington style, smile for the cameras and blame the other side. Yeah, press releases flying, Republicans fall, Senate clocks froze like they hit halt. Dem say we just need one more policy piece, while federal workers pray rent ain't due this week. Airport lines longer than student debt talks. National parks closed even for the fox. Meanwhile, Congress got losses in spin, claiming they're suffering in DC. Not our fault, they cry in chorus while the budget bus rolls right before us. Off a cliff with no seatbelts on, but hey, the tweets were strong. Do the shutdown shuffle, stomp your feet, freeze the funding and blame the right-wing seat. Wave your hand, say it's democracy's fight, but funny how it always happens at night. Shutdown shuffle, capital game, dodge, spin, pivot, never take blame. We had to stall, it's part of the plan. Tell that to TSA who can't even find help. Responsibility, but I ain't seen much accountability. If Congress did their job like plumbers do, we never worry about pipes bursting through. Do the shutdown shuffle, oh what a sight. Cable news dance off every night. Dem say crisis, then go hit brunch, while taxpayers hold the bill like a Sasco lunch. Shutdown shuffle, ain't it grand? Another fiscal crisis brought to you by the plan. Wave a flag, point at someone else first. Welcome to DC, where excuses come first. Oh yeah, yeah.
All right. So,
hell yeah, I love it. I love it.
Is it lagging for anybody else, or is it just me?
just
It
you.
lagged a little bit.
I think it was just you, honey.
It did in the main song too. It was really, it's getting bad.
It was
It
what?
was skipping for me.
I
Send
didn't
me
hear
that
it.
song so I can blast it in my car when I'm driving around.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, it was skipping really bad. I couldn't hear it.
I don't know why. I don't.
Weird.
Was it messed up for
Maybe
the
because
chat?
you and Warlord. I don't know. They could hear it, but I
And it
think
was, and the intro was also skipping real bad.
That's really weird. A lot of people
Yeah.
said, a lot of people, I don't know if it's just the panel, because everybody down here is saying it did not skip for them. So I don't know what's going on, guys. And I apologize for that. I'm not really sure.
maybe it's because the rest of us aren't in studio, because I think Warlord uses studio, and I'm not using studio, so I don't know.
He may not be using studio now. He may be on his phone right now. Are you on your phone, Warlord, or are you in studio?
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, see, I don't think that's it at all. Everybody down there said they can hear it. I'm not sure. Shani said it skipped a lot. I'm not sure. That's really weird, guys. Well, that's a shame.
Mom, it did pause a couple of times, but it fixed it instantly. Other than that, I could hear it perfectly fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all right, guys. It's okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you down there. I thought it was pretty funny. Look, every time we hit 100K on top, so every time we go up 100, I'm going to play something different. But I will leave that poll. I'll reset the poll and you guys can pick the next one. But we're going to move on, obviously, to Department of War or Furlough, which I did include in the song. The Department of Furlough was in the song.
The Department of Furlough.
Yeah, it was in
So
there.
yeah, I know about I'm aggravated with the Department of Furlough. We didn't know that already.
I know.
June, I can hear you. You got a lot of noise. I'm sorry. I'm super sensitive tonight, I think. Yeah. Over here to the Department of Furlough. So here's what's going on. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping met on the sidelines of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in South Korea, and they have formed a new enhanced military-to-military dialogue. It's going to have a new direct communication line to reduce miscalculations in the Indo-Pacific. We don't have much information coming out about that, addressing very specifically activities near Taiwan and the South China Sea. There has been no formal statement on what the military channels they will be using, but the U.S. officials described these talks as constructive to de-escalate. And then over at the Office of Director of National Intelligence and the FBI, Cybersecurity, Infrastructure, and Security Agency, also known as CISA, issued a joint statement warning of ongoing Russian influence operations ahead of the 2024 U.S. elections, including fabricated videos and articles aimed at eroding the trust in the U.S. electoral process. Specific examples included deepfakes depicting illegal voting in Georgia and ballot tampering in Pennsylvania, assessed as Moscow-linked efforts to incite division and fear. Officials urged voters to rely on verified sources and to please report any suspicious content. They noted a surge of disinformation compared to prior cycles. So I think that misread and was supposed to be for the 2025 for these bellwether ones. So they're asking people to be aware of that. And then on to this wonderful furlough. And the ongoing partial, I love how they say partial. They're not paying you, but it's just a partial. And we don't have gas. Jet fuel. The ongoing partial government shutdown, now in its second month, this November 2025, has severely disrupted operations over at the CDC. And the CDC staff is also missing their paychecks, and they're having some division there. It came up in my news. I don't understand why, but it came up with the CDC. And also probably because they're concerned about biosecurity threats are mounting, and they're warning of a resurgence of the bird flu in U.S. poultry flocks, and measles cases have spiked. So they're talking about a $590 million mRNA vaccine was canceled, and so they've got it listed under national security. So something must be going on over there. I don't know what's going on because I don't have a Department of Public Affairs to find out. But whenever I did all the news, this came into my stuff for the Office of Director of National Intelligence. And then over at the Army, they have nothing. And the Navy is nearing a multi-year contract for 15 nuclear subs, 10 Block 6 Virginia-class attack subs, and 5 Columbia-class ballistic missile subs, valued of tens of billions of dollars, with finalization expected by the year end, despite cost overruns from labor and materials. In parallel, the service is integrating advanced missiles like the Naval Strike Missile onto surface vessels, they're called USVs, to enhance distribution lethality against China's expanding fleet in choke points like Taiwan Strait and the Malacca Strait. And the Air Force. Now, this is their news today, people. The Air Force's men's water polo team lost to San Jose State on November 2nd at the Cadet Natatorium. Those senior Tom Leggett set a new single-season point record with 182. Separately, SAB and Boeing executive announced expanded production of T-7A Red Hawk trainer jet components at Saab's West Lafayette, Indiana facility, including aft fuselages to Boeing's St. Louis plant, according to the United States Air Force's $9.2 billion trainer program. And then today, SpaceX launched the Bandwagon 4 rideshare mission from Cape Canaveral on November 2nd at 1:09 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It deployed 18 payloads of a mid-inclination orbit. Highlights include a fast 500 kg Haven demo, a pathfinder for the private Haven 1 space station, testing propulsion and navigation, plus Star Cloud 1, and NVIDIA H1 GPU data center precursor, and others from South Korea and beyond. The booster nailed its third landing at the LZ-2. And the Coast Guard, the U.S. CGC Hollyhawk, is a Jupiter-class buoy tender, arrived at its new home port in Honolulu, and it's been doing midlife maintenance at the Baltimore Coast Guard, and it finally made it back to Hawaii. It got a new propulsion system, HVAC, and its hull has been reinforced for integrity, and it will service aids and navigation for Hawaii, America Samoa, and the Midway Atoll, bolstering Operation Pacific Blue. In Taiwan, President Lei Ching commissioned a 4,000-ton patrol vessel, Taipei, and christened the high-latitude carrier on November 25th, enhancing their maritime security, and they did that with the help of the U.S. Coast Guard. And then the Connecticut National Guard is forming a 500 troop reaction force per the Pentagon directive, training and riot control tactics like batons and non-lethal weapons for rapid deployment against civil unrest, and they must be operational by January 1st. In West Virginia, 200 Guard members mobilized November 1st to aid food banks amid the shutdown of SNAP benefit freezes. They distributed meals in high-need areas like southern coalfields and setting up 11 pop-up pantries, and that was all done by the West Virginia National Guard. And the Marine Corps. Preparations are continuing for a celebration on November 10th and on 11th, Veterans Day, and then there's going to be a parade to honor the Army, Navy, and the Marine Corps. But the Marine Corps' 250th anniversaries, featuring static displays, flyovers, are being scaled back because we don't have any money at the Department of Furlough. Everybody else got a dog and pony show. We're gonna put our own dog and pony show, y'all. We're gonna have the best virtual Marine Corps ball, and everybody's gonna get their toys out and play. If we have to get little green men from the Dollar Tree, got it? Y'all have your marching orders. And then over at the Border Security and Law Enforcement, CPP, ICE, and HSI, there was video that actually emerged from Evanston, Illinois, that shows a Border Patrol agent punching a restrained man multiple times after the sedan rear-ended an unmarked agency vehicle, and it sparked confrontation with bystanders, and 3 arrests followed. The Civil Rights Division of the local AG is now involved, and now the state of Illinois is calling for no ICE zone. And the FBI led raid on October 19th at La Catterall Arena, horse track in Wilder, Idaho, is where we read this back in October. They did detain over 400 people there, and they actually deported them. They were all illegal, and those that were there, those children that were there with their parents, those children are fine. And it just so happened 7 children who were attendants of those cockfights and illegal gambling their parents were citizens. So those children are all fine, and that's just propaganda that we're seeing. And then the Office of the Director of National Security, they, hold on, what is this? My goodness. I've lost my place, y'all. And then we did have something out of the U.S. Marshal Service. The U.S. Marshal Service, the February 2025 reported they revealed the U.S. Marshal Service overseeing $7.6 million in seized assets. They've been operating and running on the seized asset, and they They didn't have a precision tracking system, but they have now put that in place, and they have found billions in cases like Silk Road, including unclear Bitcoin quantities due to outdated policies and delays. So they'll be turning all of that money over to the U.S. Treasury. But with the help of the Doge team, they've been able to straighten that out. And they found $7.6 billion that was sitting there that needed to be given to the Treasury. And then Secretary of State Marco Rubio today issued on November 2nd a statement congratulating the Federated States of Micronesia on its 39th independence anniversary, emphasizing the U.S. FSM Compact of Free Association for Security and Economic Ties in the Pacific. And that is all we have out of the Department of Furlough, because we don't have any money to fly planes. We don't have any money to do research. So Democrats open the government, because I wanted to see all of the Marine Corps toys in the air and all of them running around DC, but now I don't get to do that. I'm disappointed. Okay, guys, we have 8 days though, and we are going to have a great cake. And trust me, I will have the table and everything set up, and we are going to have a party. Anthony and Big Mike and I are going to throw the best virtual ball. Every Marine, Sledge, you're going to come up on that panel, and we're going to be up there having a good time, and invite all your Marine Corps friends to come and do that. But tonight, kind of had a bad day, guys, and I found a really interesting article, and I want to read this to you guys about the Marine Corps, and and I'll give credit at the end of who wrote it. 250 years ago, in a smoky Philadelphia tavern, a handful of men gathered to take an oath that would outlast empires. It was November 1775 at Tun Tavern. No barracks, no ships, no certainty of victory, just an idea that discipline, loyalty, and shared purpose could forge a fighting force strong enough to defend fragile people in search of a nation. Hold on, guys, I have to take a drink. From that room emerged more than a military branch. The Marine Corps became a moral institution, an engine of trust and mutual responsibility, held together by something hard to define, but deeply felt, esprit de corps. You can trace it across centuries. Marines cling to one another on the black sands of Iwo Jima, carrying the wounded through the streets of Hughes City, or standing shoulder to shoulder in Fallujah. But it also lives in smaller, quieter acts. The lance corporal who gives up his last canteen of water. The mechanic who stays past midnight to keep the next day's mission flying. The sergeant who eats last so his Marines eat first. That instinct to serve the person beside you before yourself is what transforms individual into the Marine Corps. It's way small units of Marines have done outsized things for 250 years. As the Marine Corps marks this milestone, its meaning reaches far beyond the battlefield. We live in an age of polarization and distrust, a nation of individuals hyper-connected but increasingly isolated. The Marine Corps endures because it demands the opposite of what our culture often rewards: humility over self-promotion, loyalty over cynicism, discipline over indulgence. The genius of the Marine Corps is not just how it fights, but why. Its ethos offers something our civil society desperately needs: a living example that unity doesn't require sameness, only a shared purpose. Marines come from every background imaginable: farms, cities, immigrant families, and those who come from generations of Marine Corps service. Yet when they put on the uniform, they become one team with one mission. They don't erase differences. They simply focus you on something greater. That's the deeper lesson of the Marine Corps. Cohesion built not on comfort or agreement, but on commitment. The Corps doesn't promise equality of experience. It demands equality of effort. And in that meritocratic crucible, Americans who might otherwise have nothing in common learn to depend on one another completely. Consider the Marines as the chosen reservoir. in 1950, surrounded, outnumbered, and freezing in 30 below weather. When asked if they were retreating, one Marine famously replied, "Retreat, hell, we're just attacking in another direction." They fought their way out together, not for glory or orders, but for each other. That's esprit de corps. The conviction that survival depends on mutual trust, not individual strength. The Corps has never been perfect. It's evolved through integration, reform, and self-correction. But that evolution itself is a lesson in humility, the willingness to hold fast to core principles while adapting to a changing world. From racial integration to women in combat to new technologies, the Marine Corps has proven that tradition and progress need not be enemies. Our country should take note. Ours is an era defined less by shared mission than by shared resentment. We build factions instead of teams, accumulate followers instead of friends, and measure influence in cliques rather than character. The Marine Corps offers a countercultural model, a reminder that our greatest model is our strength in each other and our shared purpose. Esprit de corps cannot be downloaded or manufactured. It's built through shared hardships, mutual accountability, and the knowledge that others are counting on you. That gives the Marine Corps its moral gravity. It's what our civic life often lacks. To celebrate the Marine Corps' 250th birthday, it's not just to honor those who've worn the uniform, but to honor the remarkable model, the loyalty before ego, mission before comfort, unity before pride. Imagine if more of our workplace, schools, neighborhoods operated with that same ethic. How different our civic life might look. Marine Corps has given our nation's heroes in battle, but its greatest gift may be the example of brother and sisterhood built on service and trust. In a time when division feels like destiny, that example matters because the truth at the heart of the Marine Corps is also the truth at the heart of the Republic, worth defending. We are strongest when we belong to something larger than ourselves. Happy birthday, Marines. And this was written by Stephen Argano, who's a former Marine Corps officer. He's an attorney. He was also a proud grandson of a Marine who was served and wounded in the Pacific during World War II. Semper Fidelis to Steve. Semper Fidelis to all the Marines. And don't walk on our grass. And on a personal note tonight, I'd like to share something. So this Marine Corps birthday is going to be a little bit different because I shared a lot of Marine Corps birthdays with my ex-husband. And I have to tell you, the happiest time of my life was in Hawaii on those beaches. You know, being a young family, experiencing life, being out on our own. But doing it together, we were very competitive about being Marines. We actually were pretty competitive about, you know, promotions and the rifle range and all those things. And I'm going to miss him. And I love him. But mostly I love him because he gave me one of the loves of my life, my son, my grandkids. And so Semper Fidelis to everybody tonight. And thank you.
Thank you, Just Me. I appreciate that. That was a great report, and I'm so sorry, honey. Again, I'm so sorry. All right.
I just lost. I lost a really important. You know, you go on, whatever, but without him, I wouldn't have been as good a Marine as I was. He made me better.
That's good.
So,
that's a great thing to have had, for sure. So, well, we're thinking of you, obviously, and our hearts go out to you. It's it sucks. It sucks to lose people, period.
It's better tomorrow. I just had to process it.
No, listen, grief doesn't have a timeline. You know what I mean? So it's fine. We're here for you, period. All right. Thank you for a great report, though.
Get the government open so I can see my flyby, please.
Yeah. Yeah, right? For sure. That would be fantastic.
Can you get Raul or James so I can punch him really hard? And I feel better if I can't get my flyby.
Can't do that. By June, she may have gotten a call or she may have needed to go. But we're going to go ahead and play the second song you guys picked, which is the America First song. So, and it looks like you guys are crushing it up here, going to that 300K mark to get the next one. But here we go. Here it is, and enjoy.
Born from fire, ink and faith on parchment, bold and true. Founding fathers lit a flame in red, white, and blue. Not a crown, not a king, just a law. We the people, freedom carved in steel and bone. No tyrant treated equal. Boots and dirt as sunrise, farms breathing life at dawn. Backbone built in quiet hands, the world leans when we're strong. Pride without permission, our truth in the end. A free man never bows, a sovereign doesn't bend. They mock patriots and call our honor cursed, but we carry blood and burden. We put America first, America first. Let the anthem roar, America first. From shore to shore, Constitution in our veins, freedom fills our thirst for the brave heart standing. America first. Raise that flag high, let the sparks fly loud. We are the storm, not the silent crowd. Free people can't be bullied, our God-given rights can't be reversed. We bleed red, white, and blue, America first. Where the ink gives breath to freedom, to stand when to speak and choose. We carry quiet thunder in our bones, the kind you never lose. They chase safety nets and borrow glory, stealing from the true. But we are sons and daughters of the forge, born to finish what we start and do. Sacrifice ain't glamorous, but we don't walk alone. Strength is heavy silence when the trumpets call you home. Duty's not forgotten by the hearts who paid the price. Freedom ain't a slogan, it's a sacred sacrifice. Yeah. They mock our faith and call tradition a curse. But God's family
All right. Okay, y'all did it. Y'all hit that 200 mark, so you got your song. So yes, I had a lot of fun today, actually. I had a lot of fun today making these. That one was a little bit more tricky than the others, but it was still fun. You were dancing violently, Trooper. That's great. Love to hear that. All right. Okay, we're going to jump over to Warlord and get some information on what's going on with EAMs today and anything up in the air. Cams, all the good stuff.
All right, so today's EAM count was at 9. That's a good low count today. We are back at 1 on the recount over here. We're back on 1. Currently, while we were playing that good old song that Marine Mom played, we have this going on. As of right now, all these just lit up. The sirens did ring out through every single camera we have on screen here, and we are just now waiting for drops. That is it for me. I will let Anthony go because he has to go pick up his kid.
Oh, I am sorry. I didn't know that. Alrighty. Yep, we will rush on over unless you want WWIII to go first, and then we can circle back. It's up to you. All right. And
it does appear he might be on the road because his bars are going in and out.
Yep, he might be, actually. I saw him drop and come back up. So are you busy right now there, WWIII?
Yeah. Oh, I'm busy. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're totally fine. Nope, you're totally fine. Well, yeah, when you get back, it's not a big deal. Sorry about that. WWIII, are you good to go or no?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay, let me get that up. All right.
Oh, I forgot that. I would also like to let everybody know that the YouTube is the 24/7 YouTube is still running in the background, and if you guys want to watch the bombs drop while we give our reports, pull it up on your computer. You can watch the bombs drop.
Or you could just leave up your camera too. Either way.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm also getting ready to leave for work.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, awesome. All right, thank you very much, Warlord. All right, WWIII, do you have stuff dropped in for me?
That's what I'm looking to see if I need to send you anything. I'll send you one thing. I think that's all I have. The rest of it I'm gonna read.
Okay.
Oh, 2 things. Sorry.
All right.
I have one very big announcement tonight. I'm gonna leave that for last. I want everybody to listen to it.
All right, you're good till the end of the show, or to the end of your report.
Show,
okay.
Until the end of my report, like that's the last thing I'm gonna read.
Okay, but I'm not. Do I need to do anything or?
I sent you 3 things.
Okay. I see. Maybe. Well, I'm trying to find out where the start was.
I didn't put the blue arrows this time.
No, it's okay. Which one is it though?
It's the one that's 917. The third one from the bottom.
Okay.
From the very bottom, the third one. That's
Gotcha.
the first one.
I got it.
There's one above it, but we can't show that because somebody's holding a knife in their hand.
I understand. All right. Just tell me when you want them.
Okay, well first, I'm gonna go ahead and read some stuff and then we go to those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the first story, guys.
3, 2, 1. This is
in Bradford. I'm trying to see. Okay, this is another story from UK.
They're telling you to say allegedly no matter what.
Yeah, everything I say is allegedly. So there was 4 people who were sharp objected at a college in Bradford This is in UK. Jihad has been called and jihad is being carried out. So they warning everybody to stay vigilant, do not respond with violence, as it will be you that gets arrested. So you can even fight back in England. Okay. All right. So this is something that's about Starmer in England. The British Prime Minister Starmer announces 50 million what is the European money? I forgot what it's called. Anyways, 50 million of further funding to protect Muslim communities. That's a nice thing to announce right after what just happened on their train. Let's support them even more. Alright, allegedly this came from 0 Hour tonight, and it's just an interesting statement. He said, you have powerful Muslims taking over key points in huge cities. So, which is true. We got New York and Michigan and all these other places. They will then gather corporate sponsors because of greed. Once that starts, they will move for governance, then on to global domination. You can turn your head at this fake infighting or start looking outward. He's right. Think about it. Alright, so allegedly there's a developing story in Jacksonville, Texas. There was a suspect at large after pew-pewing a police officer. The suspect, identified as Bobby Michael Dennis, he is believed to be armed with a pew-pew and should be considered armed and dangerous. They're saying that if you see him, call 911. The JPD advises all residents in the areas of the 1100 block of Churchill Street and Benson Memorial to remain inside, lock all doors, and stay vigilant as Dennis remains at large. There's a picture of him in my folder, so if you guys want to see what he looks like, people who, if anybody in here is in that area. Also guys, there's like 3 different videos in my folder about the train sharp objecting from last night. I can't pull it up because it actually shows the suspect with the knife in his hand, so I can't put it on here on TikTok. But allegedly there's one video that's pretty brutal. It actually shows him sharp objecting this 22-year-old. He sharp objected him 22 times. That's pretty. Alright. Then here we go. This comes from Mississippi. So they actually announced today that in Mississippi, law enforcement caught working with the cartel to smuggle shrugs into America. And this is their words that I'm reading to you guys. This is actually a press conference. This is from the state attorney's office. We're here today to talk about some incredibly serious allegations that mark a monumental betrayal of public trust. To announce the indictment and arrest of 20 individuals, most of them law enforcement officers in the Mississippi Delta region. The indictments generally allege to taking of bribes to attempt to aid and abet shrug trafficking as well as associated crimes. Allegedly, the first indictment that I'll talk about involves a conspiracy whereby law enforcement officers and their accomplices are allegedly to have agreed to provide safe passage for illegal narcotics and drugs proceeds through the Mississippi Delta region and ultimately on the last of those runs into Memphis itself. They did this in return for bribe payments for money. They are also indicted for related pew-pews offenses and of course individual counts related to specific runs throughout the Mississippi Delta. So it's not very comforting to know that it's the law enforcement involved in the whole thing. Alright, so this is allegedly, I'm not sure if it's true or not. Marine Mom probably knows. If you do know Marine Mom, just if you have it in your books to talk about, it's just one sentence. But if you have it, then don't say nothing. You'll get to it. Supposedly director, because it has something to do with theism, so that's why I'm mentioning it. But it's just one sentence. I don't have anything else on it. Director of counter-theism of the Trump administration, Sebastian Gorka, says that Nicolas Maduro regime has ties to actors who have conspired to take away President Trump.
Yes.
Okay. So we can go to the, I'm not sure if I sent you videos or pictures. Videos, I think. The first one is a video. Oh wait, you don't have to play the first one because I read it. Sorry. The second one is a video, the third one is a video, and the fourth one is a picture. The first one I read, so you don't have to play that. You can skip that one, sorry. The second one she's gonna pull up, this is somebody who went to vote for Mondani in New York. And he posted this about himself, which is stupid of him, but whatever, he did.
I'm here in New York, about to illegally vote for Zoran Mamdani 6 times. Yeah. 6.
What a moron.
I'm here in New
Oops. What a This one here is pretty cool. So these two kids stole something out of CVS, and look what the father is doing.
Come over here. Excuse me. These are my kids right here. They came in here and they stole. I apologize. They come in here and return the stuff that they just stole.
Okay.
And if you ever see them in here again, please kick them out
Okay.
or even call the police on them.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My big manager is right there.
Come on, go. Go take it back and tell her you apologize. Come on, nigga. You apologize for stealing too, nigga. Both of y'all. No, he was still in there. I found out he come to return it. If you ever see him in here again, can you please kick him out? Without no parents? Apologize. Apologize. Thank you.
Isn't that cool? He actually made his kids apologize and return the stuff.
Yep, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Really cool. You don't see that nowadays.
No.
Alright, so this last thing is a picture, and this is crazy. So, it says, hey, Security Duffy, what's with the political messages being pushed out via meter metars today? These are aviation weather reports used by pilots to see what the weather is at the airports everywhere. some wise ASS is using the FAA news to push their reject fascism propaganda. If you guys look at, did you already show the picture, Maria?
No, I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you look on the bottom of the picture, you'll see that it shows the weather readings, and then right underneath it, it says reject fascism.
Not really sure what's going on. Not really sure what's going on here. It's not showing it. Hang on.
It won't pull out.
No, it will. It's TikTok Studio. Something's up with Studio of Night. There we go. Hang on. It's just still not showing up correctly, which is wild. There it goes.
Right there where it's circled with the red.
Yeah, let me pull it up further because it's a very long picture.
The rest of it is the rest of it is not important. See how it says on the bottom?
Oh my God.
That's pretty crazy.
Reject
why would you
fascism.
put that there?
Wow. That's freaking screwy.
Right?
Yeah, that's screwy.
All right, so this is the very important thing. This is the last thing I have. And this is important. So this came out from Sarah. Okay. I'm gonna read it to you guys. Everything I say is allegedly, but it's important what she's saying because something's gonna happen. Well, I'll read it and then you all will understand. Okay. So it's a little bit long, but not too long, but it's long enough. But you do want to hear what she got to say. She says, protecting the homeland together. That's the title of the message. Allegedly, as the FBI has failed to act against commanders, Al-Qaeda has chosen to lead local cells for its upcoming homeland plot. And this is the important part. She says, we will publicly, she's saying publicly, release a Be on the Lookout, the abbreviation of BOLO, tomorrow, and request the public's assistance in physically locating one of these individuals. She's releasing this tomorrow, and this is a very important individual who is involved with the homeland attack. She proceeds to go on. She says, before we do, there are critical security points you need to understand. The T people already know I am tracking them, and I am under direct threat because of it. She ain't lying about that. The moment this individual information is posted, which is tomorrow, he will know he's being targeted. Up until now, he has assumed he's a clean operative, as he smartly wiped himself off the radar. That will change instantly. His behavior, movements, and communications may shift as a result, and this must be understood by everyone. If you use your real name online, practice strict digital hygiene. Do not post, share, or discuss details about him publicly. Instead, print the information and deliver it in person to local law enforcement or trusted official community contact. There is no advantage in announcing yourself to T people operating on U.S. soil. She says, this is her words. She says, trust me, the three-letter agency is going to do squat if you end up under direct threat. This is not a low-level fighter. She means by the person she's posting tomorrow. This is not a low-level fighter. The T people we are identifying earned this highly coveted commander role through a selection process across multiple T groups. This is battle-hardened, disciplined, educated, and must be considered armed and dangerous. This is not a game. This person must be viewed as the lethal threat he poses. We wish the three-letter agency would act but we will not stand by and allow another 3 number to unfold while threat reports sit in a folder on someone's desktop in a shutdown government more focused on playing politics than on the national security of this great nation. The public deserves the chance to help thwart it. Your preparation and vigilance have been incredible. Please keep it up. When federal systems fail to respond, responsible citizens must step forward, but do so wisely, safely, and with full awareness of the risk. Our aim is to generate actionable tips about this T person, but in doing so, we ask that you do not, and she capitalized, do not, put yourself in harm's way. We are in this fight together. Take it to the enemy. That's a very, very strong message right there. So, she's releasing this tomorrow.
Wow.
Don't you think that's a very serious and strong message?
It is. I just hope that other people are listening. Do you know what I mean?
So too.
Because
So too. If you guys want to read this, it's on Discord. If you want to read, if you didn't, I know my pronunciation probably sucks because I have an accent. But if you guys need to read it, it's in my folder. It's in Discord. And I'm going to keep it there, and I'm going to post it in other folders too. I'll put it in breaking news and the regular chat for y'all.
wow. That's, I don't know. I am very eager to see what she, yeah. Well, I'm eager to see what she posts. I mean,
yeah. It's called Be on the Lookout. That's going to be the name of the document.
Be on the lookout.
Yep. And she put big letters, capital letters, BOLO.
B what?
B like boy. OLO.
Bolo.
The abbreviation. Bolo.
Really? Okay. That's interesting.
Right? Didn't I hear that word somewhere else this week?
No, you heard Bobo.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's pretty. I read it and it just popped up right before you called my name. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, Bolo is the be on the lookout.
Yep.
That's what it means. All right. All right. Do you have anything else? And that was it, right?
No, that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Wheezy. I don't know if he's back, but before he is, I have to play one more song here, and then apparently, let's see where you guys are at. Did you guys hit 400? Nope, but you're pretty damn close. All right. We'll go ahead and play the next one. So bear with me just while I load it. And thank you very much, Wheezy. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Yep, good job. All right, so we were asked to play, I think it was the last one, right? So, which means you guys are going to get 2 back-to-back that are kind of similar, but a little different. So, come on, why is this thing being difficult with me tonight? I'm telling you, sometimes I want to just throw this thing out the window. I really do. It's kind of frustrating. But okay, here we go. We're going to do the facts. Feelings first, facts later. If you are a Democrat, don't be pissed off. Don't be pissed off at the next 3. It's like that. Here we go.
Feelings first, facts later. Bless their hearts, Lord, we'll pray for them later. If crime was cardio, they'd be Olympic creators. Feelings first, facts later. They marched in the street for climate rage, then drove home in a Subaru that runs on praise. Feelings Feelings first, facts later. They said we need diversity. I said amen, that's fine. They said no real men allowed unless they're emotionally aligned. They banned my truck from downtown. Said it's toxic and extreme. But they fly to 5 protests a week, buying carbon offsets like a Ponzi scheme. Oh, they asked if beef offends me. I said only if it's plant-based. Suddenly a drum circle formed. Now I'm legally disgraced. Oh. Feelings first, facts later. They debate like spin cycle agitators. Change the gender on me mid-elevator. Feelings first, facts later. They said free college saves the nation, but someone's gotta fund that education. That hurts. Facts later. Sir, you're making us uncomfortable. Well, ma'am, that's just my face. Gasps and liberal. And bless their hearts, it takes real effort to lose arguments with calculators. Feelings first, facts later. Crying to CNN, proud opinion crusaders. Triggered by the smell of bacon and prayer. Feelings first, facts later. If sarcasm was violence, I'd be on the FBI radar. But hey, at least I know what a woman is and still drive a real car. Feelings first, facts later. Amen, y'all. Yeah, November. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey.
Okay, that was funny. Some of these were, that was really funny. Anyway, all right. Let's see. Anthony, are you back yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait till you hear the next two.
Swift kind of vibe.
Dude, what? I saw you put Taylor Swift. Not even close. That is very country, guys. Come on. Not that was, if that's Taylor, that was really old Taylor. That was more like, I don't know, freaking, I don't even know who I would even say, more like Carly Pierce and Gretchen Wilson crossed. Or no. What's her name? God, what is her name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Miranda Lambert and what's her name that I just said? Oh, anyway, Miranda and Carly. That was kind of a toss. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, it definitely didn't sound like Taylor Swift. But anyway, needless to say, all right, well, we're going to roll into Russia then now, and we will have to do the last two here. Once y'all are going to hit the 400 soon. When we hit 500, I'll play the next one. But we'll do the next one after he's done. Okay? All right.
All right, you want to pull up the first picture I sent you?
Of course.
I'm trying to find, actually, give me 1 second.
You're fine.
But... All right, you can pull it up.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Okay, let me get that over there. I don't know why I'm trying to upload stuff into your folder. That was really dumb of me. It just hit the plus sign to add. All right, full picture. Let me, I don't know why I'm not able to do this. There we go. Anthony.
Okay.
Sorry.
So there's this oil depot, right? In the city of Shakra, Horoska, or whatever, in the Donetsk Oblast region. It was attacked again in the evening of November 2nd, according to footage posted on social media. The powerful boom boom rocked the facility shortly before 8 p.m. local time. I may have a video. Hold on, let me see. Yep, I do have a video. Let me see if I can share this to you. Sorry, I got freaking people running in and out of my house right now.
I hear the, yeah. I hear the wind chime.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's the ring. It's the ring.
I love the wind chime.
Okay, I can just put it on my camera. Hold on, because I can't send it to you. Give me 1 second. Let me flip my camera.
You're fine.
I'm gonna expand just to show you this, because supposedly this is like one of the oldest and like largest oil refineries. But yeah, here. Let me see. Yeah, let's push play.
Well, that's a lot of fire in the sky.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. But I thought it was longer, sorry. That was kind of weak sauce. So...
I've done that before, don't feel bad. I'm like, oh, great. It's a fucking video of like some lights in the sky and it ended.
Yeah.
I've done that.
But it's a big deal because it's one of their like older facilities or whatever, I guess. Ukrainian regularly carries out strikes on Russian oil facilities, though authorities do not always commit on their confirmed report attacks in Russian and Russian-occupied territories. But Kiev considers these facilities to be a valid military targets. So, pretty big deal with that strike. I thought that picture was kind of funny with them like, you know, hurrah, we did it.
I think it's good. I think it's pretty cool, actually.
And then the next group of photos, you want to show those ones. This is talking about 11 Ukrainian paratroopers.
I need to flip with you. Hang on. I gotta change spots. You're still up. Hang on. There, you're gay. I got you. We're good.
Okay, so these 11 Ukrainian paratroopers that were unalived in the Donetsk region, they're calling it a bloodbath after a helicopter landing. As Ukrainian military intelligence are conducting an operation near Pokrovsk, Donetsk Oblast, Russian claims that all 11 paratroopers involved in the operation on Saturday were unalived in this Russian military forces, but Ukraine denies the claim. The Kremlin agency said the aggressor's army prevented the HUR operation about 1 kilometer northwest of the outskirts of Pokrovsk on October 31st. Several media outlets reported that the Ukrainian HUR special operations in Pokrovsk intelligence assault units entered an area that Russian generals had declared captured. Reuters reported, or Routers.
Roy. There you go.
Roy Rodgers?
Reuters. Reuters. Just think the guy's name every time you say it. You'll get it.
So about 10 special forces personnel landed in Pokrovsk from a Black Hawk helicopter earlier in the week. The operation was reportedly led by personally by the HUR. This map that she's showing, guys, is like showing you as of October 27th to July 1st, 2025. What the hell? Or as of July 1st, and then as of October 27th. So you can see the darker color is what they've kind of saying they've claimed, right? The Russians. Moscow claimed on Wednesday that the Russian troops have surrounded the Ukrainian forces in 2 key eastern cities. They and offered to negotiate a deal for the surrender. Ukrainian military officials denied the claim. Putin, speaking at the meeting with wounded soldiers at a Moscow military hospital, suggests that the Russian military was ready to open safe corridors for Ukrainian and Western journalists, let them see with their own eyes what's going on, supposedly, quote. He claimed Ukrainian troops were encircled in Pokrovsk, a key Ukrainian stronghold in the eastern Donetsk region, and Kupiansk, an important rail junction in the northeastern Kiev region, as well, was struck, and Russia has recently pushed its significant advantage in troops and weapons at key points along about 1,000 kilometers on the front line for the last 4 years, right? But now they're pushing to, 600 and 400. They're slowly getting closer and closer. All right, next photo, Marimon. The Kremlin spokesman says that there's no need for a Trump-Putin meeting, guys. This was said by Dmitry Peskov on November 2nd. Hypothetically speaking, a meeting is possible, but at this point, there is no need for it. Prokhorovsky told the Russian state news agency, TASS, that there is no need for a painstaking work on the details of the peace settlement issue. When Putin called Trump on October 16th, the U.S. leader said that he would meet Putin in Budapest and talked about progress being allegedly made in peace talks. However, these plans for Putin-Trump meeting were shelved on the 21st, with the president saying that he did not want a wasted meeting with Putin. He said that the key problem was Moscow's refusal to cease fighting along the current front line. On the 23rd, though, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said that Trump-Putin summit remained not completely off the table, right? But now, after this report, I don't know. Do you think they're going to have some sort of peace talk soon, Marine Mom? Because I honestly, with everything and all the movement, I don't know. I don't think we're going to have any peace talks here soon.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it's going to get worse, actually.
Yeah, me too. And then let me look real quick, because I know there's some more stuff that I missed. Let me just move over. Okay, so I guess other frontline areas we talked about in the past, like the Sumy Oblast region, there's forces continuing offensive operations near these areas, also the Lyman direction in Kherson, but did not make confirmed advances in these areas as of November 2nd. The Ukrainian strikes on Russia, I guess there was an oil tanker that was damaged, and also in the Russian Black Sea port of I don't know how to say it, Tupasi. It's Tuapse. So there was a Russian port in the Black Sea that was struck as well. It was an oil terminal in the Black Sea, causing major fires with this port. And they've been hitting that. I don't know if it's the same one, but we talked about one about a week ago as well that was being struck. And then last night, Russia launched a major overnight wave of 2 Iskander-M ballistic missiles and 79 attack drones, including Shahed-type drones, across Ukraine last night. They got hammered. These strikes unalived at least 6 people, including 2 children, and injured many more civilians in the region, including Odessa, Dnipropetrovsk or whatever, and Zaporizhzhia. The attacks caused widespread power outages again, leaving around nearly 60,000 residents in Zaporizhzhia region without electricity. And then, yeah, I think with the consideration, U.S. President Donald Trump stated he is not currently considering a deal that would provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles, cited a desire not to escalate the war. I think maybe that's the only thing we have to look forward to. I think
until he does.
I think Trump's thinking, well, if Germany's going to give you guys Patriots, why do you need them from us, right? So I think we'll see how much of the Patriot systems Germany's going to give them, if there's actually pencils with them, or it's just the launchers and all the other equipment, you know what I mean?
Right.
We'll have to see exactly what Germany's giving them. And that's all I got on Russia, guys. I appreciate you. Sorry about that. I had to go pick up my son, and the old lady got a flat tire. Had to
Oh, no. No, don't be sorry. Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry at all. I don't know why I've got 1,500 messages for me to.
Marine Mom?
Yes.
Before you start your report,
Mm.
I just popped up on this thing here. It's just a quick breaking news.
Well, you text it to me first before you do, please.
Okay. It's about the ICE facility in Portland.
Oh, then go for it.
Okay, yeah, nothing you would cover.
Okay, you got it. Go for it.
The power at the ICE facility in Portland and surrounding buildings has been cut. and the
What?
cost has not been made public.
They cut the what?
The power.
Oh.
Stay in the dark.
Well, gee, I wonder who did that.
Right? Well, bad news for them though. Luckily, ICE has backup generators, so if this was intentional, the act failed miserably, allegedly. Power has been out for 3 hours now, and Portland General Electric has... let me finish the sentence. Has not released the cause. The area surrounding ICE is pitch black, so ICE glows tremendously. So the rest of the area is black as well. This was at 9:42 p.m. that was posted. And it came from the independent journalist, Nick Sorter.
Interesting.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
Right before November 3rd? Very interesting.
Yep, super
I have
interesting.
a question.
Yeah.
Was that in Portland, Weezy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was... Wow.
The Portland ICE facility that they've been having trouble with? Yeah, that one.
Wow. Gee, that doesn't have Antifa written all over it.
Right?
Yeah.
Not really.
I'm trying to find live cams too, like over by Portland, but none of the people are normally up or, you know, recording the actual building, you know what I mean?
Right? It's funny how all of a sudden Portland disappeared out of the news.
Yep. Sure is. Wow, that's crazy.
I did find one. It is glitchy.
What is it?
I noticed because I said I did find a cam of Portland that's live right now, but it's super glitchy. I noticed the last couple nights when we've been watching the lives, me and Warlord, the internet connection, like their internet. I don't know if the building or if they're jamming these guys' you know, Wi-Fi or, you know, connections
Yeah.
to kind of hinder them streaming. But it seems like they're all being jammed, like their cell phones are being jammed, you know?
Anthony, if you go to my folder, the very last story, there's a video on there.
I was gonna say, do you wanna pull up cams and leave them up until I'm done, and just then we can flip flop?
I'm trying to get this one to play, but it's just like loading, you know? It's just spinning.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna
When I get one, I can pull it up, but
yeah, you're
give me a
okay.
second.
Yeah, I'm gonna need the upper level for a bit because I've got a lot of stuff to play. But if you can leave it on down below, and then I'll flip us when we get there. Okay. I appreciate that. All right, you guys hit the 400, so I'm gonna play the other song. And then there's one left. If you guys hit the 5, y'all are really crushing it tonight to do that. So here it is. They're kind of similar, actually. So it is what it is. But they're both funny as shit. So whatever.
Yeah. Went to the city on a Saturday, saw a protest blocking the street. Sign said abolish ICE, but they were eating mint chip, still kinda neat.
Hang on. I think that was the other one. It didn't pick up. Sorry. I have to go back into it to make it pick up. Dang it. I don't know why that did that to me. Let's try that again. I think there's 5. I don't think I'm wrong. We're going to find out. We'll find out. There we go.
Another protest in Trader Joe's, screaming they abolish us by the cheese. I asked if they meant immigration. They yelled both dairy triggers allergies. They blocked traffic for justice till DoorDash was 10 minutes late. Suddenly they're economists now. Capitalism must operate. They say borders are racist, walls are fascist, laws corrupt. But they live behind keypads, ring cams, and guard dogs named RBG and AOC the puppet. It's Trump's fault, everything hurts. Your latte curdled Trump. Your plan died, Trump. Your therapist needed therapy. Trump trauma burst, gas too high. Orange guy, brand new MAGA voodoo. Your boyfriend ghosted you cause you debated pronouns for 2 hours.
Yep, Trump did that too. CNN breaking. Scientists blame Trump for Wednesday happening.
Yeah, they scream defund ICE at the border. Cartels watching like bro, no shot. America really doing this. Even human traffickers are shocked. They cried over kids in cages, then voted for the dude who built them. Fact checks hurt their chakras, so they sage the room and blame white systems. They say walls don't stop people, love wins, they cry and bask. But their dating bio says no conservatives, no cops, no men with trucks must wear masks. It is Trump's fault, everything hurts. Your latte curdled Trump. Your plan died, Trump. Your therapist needed therapy. Trump trauma burst, gas too high. Orange guy, brand new MAGA voodoo. Your boyfriend ghosted you cause you debated pronouns for 2 hours.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was funny. Yeah, I had fun today. Anyway, let me go ahead and knock out the geopolitics stuff. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna think I'm funny. So, okay. Levine. Okay, look, to Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and all anti-Zionists. I actually played the clip earlier today. It's pretty freaking funny. You think your stupid little podcast or your stupid little subscription program or your little TV show, or maybe you have a little radio show, is going to change the world? Like hell it is. He was pretty pissed off today. Anyway, I want to show you something here, and this is about the birth rate crisis. And I hope that I saved this. I don't know if I saw it go up. Yeah, I did. This is fascinating. I hope I got both pieces of it. I may have to go grab the other one. Let me just double check. Yeah, I got the first one. I am definitely going to have to grab this because it is absolutely shocking when you see it. I'll just let me, I already closed it, damn it. I'm not going to show you, I'm just going to explain it to you. And I'll drop them into my Discord because I have to go find it, and I already closed the source that I pulled it from. But if you want to fix today's birth rate crisis, it helps to understand what led to high fertility in the past. The highest sustained growth ever achieved was America from 1620 to 1900. 38,000 times in just 280 years. That's pretty fascinating. So I'm going to post really quickly also in Discord in my channel, the team channel. I'm going to post in there right now a link to this whole article. It's pretty fascinating, but they talk about the birth rates and like how we got there, and like just how you can give fertile cultures room to thrive, which is pretty interesting. Anyway, the U.S. is not planning nuclear explosions at this time, the Energy Secretary said. The nuclear weapons testing ordered by Trump will not involve nuclear explosions at this time. Now, look, we know because we saw them today, physically, yesterday and today, over near the Marshall Islands, I think it was. And they were definitely dealing with, we'll just call them ballistics, because that's pretty much what they're dealing with, period. So we are testing some things. We're just not putting nuclear tips on them. That's what's happening right now. Also, U.S. is probing the near miss between Southwest Airlines jet and a helicopter. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, said on Sunday that it is sending a team to investigate an October 29th call between Southwest Airlines jet and a helicopter near Cleveland International Airport in Ohio. Also, Besant, this is actually piggybacking on what June just said, and I only am reading it because she just said it, and now she said, yeah, she might know something. And I just saw this report pop up saying that Besant says that the U.S. food aid benefits could flow by Wednesday, so June is right. Hope that's true. Anyway, hope everything, meaning maybe there won't be a shutdown. Okay, Gaza. Listen, there's a lot of stuff for Gaza tonight. We didn't have much last night, but we're going to roll into it today. Saudi Arabia requested more time. There's some back channel messages going on between Israel and Lebanon and Saudi, and they have intensified. So these talks have intensified just in recent days. So a reliable source said. And so Riyadh is urging Israel to give the Lebanese government more time to confront Hezbollah and strengthen the Lebanese army. Listen, all of these are about to start colliding. And what I'm saying by that is Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, obviously Israel, potentially Jordan, they're all going to start colliding, and it's not going to be good. So what's happening right now is obviously the Lebanese government is trying to confront Hezbollah, but they're not really pushing fast enough and to strengthen the Lebanese army. If you remember, I told you guys that Iran slid them weapons, right? They've been sliding them. They've got thousands of missiles that they're ready to strike Israel with, okay? So Saudi wants Israel to wait on attacking Hezbollah. I'm just going to tell you right now that's not going to happen. It already started anyway. They want them to give a chance to Hezbollah to disarm. Hezbollah has had months that they could have potentially started to disarm. They have until the end of the year. And since they're not doing any of that and they're just incurring additional weapons, that shit's not going to happen. Okay, so at this point in time, the disarming is not going to happen. Israel knows it. Lebanon knows it. So Israel basically should just start a major bombing campaign on Hezbollah soon, and they already are. They already started. Jerusalem wants action now. They are alarmed by the signs that Hezbollah's rearmament is accelerating and that supply lines through Syria have quietly reopened. Yes, what the fuck is Jelani doing? Okay? Contrary to IDF expectations, too. So the northern tensions are building very, very fast. Hamas has requested immunity for its terrorists behind the yellow line in the IDF-controlled areas. So earlier today, the U.S., gave a 24-hour ultimatum for evacuation in exchange for immunity. Why? Well, Hamas refused, so it doesn't really matter at this point. That surprised nobody, okay? The mediators are trying to bridge the gap, and in Israel, they are maintaining silence, okay? So this concern, Hamas pops up from their tunnels, and Israel will eliminate the terrorists, stopping the ceasefire. That's what they're worried about. Hamas won't go down without a fight, and it could get very ugly in the yellow zone if Hamas didn't comply within 24 to 48 hours. So Hamas is now reportedly, of course, or was earlier today, in contact with the mediators to secure that safe passage of Hamas operatives positioned beyond the yellow line. The efforts aimed to avoid any possible friction with Israel, and that one proposal included Hamas fighters leaving inside the Red Cross vehicles via specific corridors. So anyway, Hamas is asking to pardon 100 to 200 terrorists that are actually stuck in the tunnel, and they're on the wrong side of the yellow demarcation line. That's the problem here. So those were left behind, and now Hamas is trying to negotiate for them. Those roughly 200 Hamas operatives that are trapped inside the tunnels are beneath Rafah and Khan Yunis, okay? And this is in an area, obviously, where IDF is currently attacking right now. So Hamas is preparing to release, or they did today. It's always getting this later than they've done it, so bear with me. But Hamas released 3 more, was preparing to, hostages really soon today. 3 more. Obviously, victims' bodies, that's why. Because they weren't something in return, right? So the safe passage for the terrorists who are trapped underground within the IDF control, Hamas hoped to free them with giving back 3 more hostages. See how this works? Anyway, at 2 o'clock today, their time, according to some information received, the Red Cross was on its way to meet at the meeting point in southern Gaza Strip, where several coffins of deceased hostages would be transferred into custody, right? So Hamas demanded to include in the new understandings a clause that will guarantee immunity for terrorists hiding in the underground complex. Look, these terrorists that we're talking about, they killed 3 fucking IDF soldiers in the past 3 weeks. So yeah, let's just trust them. Anyway, also, there were 12 airstrikes targeting an underground tunnel east of Gan Yunis. Go figure that. Multiple terrorists and weapons were found inside, and the area had remained untouched until a few weeks ago due to the presence of live hostages, of course. So now they went after it. Also with Israel, there were red alerts in northern Israel today, early this evening, reporting of, and I told you this shit was going to happen, reported of an infiltration of fighters from Lebanon. I told you that there was going to be a breach soon inside of Israel. There was, okay? Yep, northern Israel was infiltrated by fighters from Lebanon. Go figure. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Hezbollah? Anyway, the police are now actually searching for IDF military advocate, or they were again. They were searching today for this IDF military advocate general with whom contact had been lost. Her car was actually found, and there was a letter left behind, a self-unaliving letter, actually. Following reports regarding this search for the military advocate general, Major General Yifat Tomer Yaroshalmi, the chief of staff, instructed the operations directorate to employ all means at the IDF's disposal in order to locate her as soon as possible. The search for the missing Israeli major general in the Hatzuk beach area in Israel. She was actually accused less than 48 hours prior of being the one that leaked the footage showing Israeli soldiers torturing Palestinian prisoners. So it is likely, they were saying, that she, yeah, exactly. It is likely that she had unalived herself, and basically that was it. Israeli media reported that that self-unaliving note was actually found in her abandoned car, not at her home. The police report that military advocate general, Major General Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi is alive and well after being reported missing earlier. So she writes a letter, and then they found her alive. Anyway, kind of seems like maybe she wanted to appear like she was not alive, but yet stay alive. Just saying. Israel is preparing for this potential attack, and I also warned about this the other day, involving missile and drones launched from Iraq. So here we go. Okay, got 2 countries now infiltrating. This is followed by a ground invasion advance through Syria towards the Israel-Jordan border. Again, this has been being planned for quite a while, that these countries, not the countries themselves, but the Iranian-backed militias inside of them, were going to advance on Israel and attack them. And it's only going to get worse. This is just a ground portion. This doesn't include the fact that these guys have drones and rockets that were given to them by Iran recently. Okay, also let's talk about Iran, those scoundrels. Iran has now announced plans, and don't everybody just mouth drop open when I'm about to tell you this, but they announced plans to fully restore their nuclear facilities that were damaged by strikes, and wait for it, to increase their capacity, their enrichment capacity. So, I'm sorry. Did I not say that this shit would happen? Oh, I did, actually. I did. So here we are again. It's been an interesting night, to be honest. So Iran is also, and I'm gonna show something, because, you know, I also said this before, but, you know, whatever. Who's counting at this point with Iran in the Middle East? It's kind of like such a given. Hope Hank's in here listening still, because he's going to go, what the hell? But let's take a look at what Iran is doing. So, Iran, I'm going to show you this. There you go, right here. Yes, that is Iran. And what they're doing is reportedly fitting their ballistic missiles with bunker-busting warheads designed to penetrate fortified underground targets. Now, gee, wonder why they would need to do that. Anyway, moving on, there is something absolutely brewing in the Middle East. Israel is preparing for the attack on Lebanon, of course, and Hezbollah in the west, while, of course, the U.S. is discussing attacking the east. It appears that we and Israel are preparing for new attacks in Iraq. Yes, we. And the Middle East region. Israel warned this week about the Iraqi proxies from Iran having been prepared to attack Israel. Again, October 7th style, with drones, missiles, and a ground invasion. And we're already seeing that start. So again, long plan in place here. Let's get out of this so I can... Sorry, trying to turn off my thing there. All right. Anyway, to add to that, yes, bad Odang for Israel. Well, I had something on Syria, but for whatever reason it didn't copy, but it's okay because we'll be talking about them through other things. So Lebanon, Israeli sources did warn that if the United States does not swiftly reach an agreement with Lebanon compelling Hezbollah to withdraw, Israel will proceed with their military operation. Yep, Truman time. Also, there were massive Israeli airstrikes today on southern Lebanon, against, ongoing now, actually, they're still going on, against Hezbollah, and the Netanyahu said that Hezbollah is rearming, and that Israel will do whatever they can necessary to prevent that from happening. Of course they will. Under the November 27th, 2024 ceasefire agreement, remember that thing? Look, it followed over a year of hostilities, and Hezbollah was actually required to vacate southern Lebanon and be replaced by the Lebanese military. Israel, which of course invaded Lebanon late September last year, actually, was also required to withdraw. But Israel, regarding regularly striking, said that Hezbollah targets breached the ceasefire, and basically they still maintain an IDF troop presence in 5 strategic locations, actually, right now, within inside of Lebanon. I see it, Becca. Thank you guys so much. And yes, I will most certainly get the last song played. Iraq, well, so the U.S. issued the final warning to Iraq. We issued it over the Iranian proxy groups that are preparing for war from Iraq. Yeah, this is, again, I told you, it's going to get really bad really fast. People are going to be shocked because they're not paying attention. You guys will know, but anybody else that's not paying attention, really paying attention, is going to be very surprised. They revealed, the defense minister over there revealed that Washington's most, he actually said it was Washington's most serious warning he'd ever been given. And that was to Baghdad. And it delivered by Pegseth, actually, during a phone call. The warning was directed to Iraq's resistance factions and included a direct threat against the Iraqi factions to not carry out any resistance operations in response to what Washington intends to do in the region near Iraq in the coming days. Okay? So something big is brewing, guys. Remember, I told you that they were building a base right there on the border, right there on the Damascus freaking line, the corridor thing. Anyway, inside of the highway, whatever the hell you call that. Anyway, inside of Iraq and Syria, right there. Anyway, Hegseth did reportedly end the call with these words: "This is your final notice." And you know very well how the current Trump administration will respond. That's not good. So Iraq's defense minister said that Hegseth delivered what he called that final notice during the recent call. And he said that he cautioned them against allowing armed factions to meddle in the upcoming regional military operations. So, ouch. Okay, India. Well, India and the U.S. signed a 10-year framework for the major defense partnership, cementing policy guidance on joint exercises, technology transfer, and defense production. It was signed by Rajnath Singh and Pete Hegseth in Kuala Lumpur. The pact marks a new chapter in expanding bilateral collaboration. Both nations talked about the importance of a free, rule-based Indo-Pacific and committed to addressing emerging security challenges together. The framework signals deepening strategic alignment and mutual trust. So, great. And let's talk about Pakistan, because also going a little nuts today. Multiple attacks in Pakistan, actually. There was a blast in Peshawar. CTD, that's the counterterrorism department for them. It was actually at the police station. There was a constable killed, 4 other people injured. There was a police convoy that was targeted with an IED and gunfire in Duwaba, Hangu, and that KP after returning from a peace committee meeting. And then also, I have this video here about Pakistan, and we've talked about this kind of a lot, WWIII, about the simulated aircraft scenario, right? Well, it took place. So let's take a look. So they actually launched this. I'm just trying to figure out which one it is. It might be this, since I can't see it. No, it's not. But it's in here. It's definitely in here. Not those. Those are new satellites in Venezuela. We'll get to those in a moment. Here it goes. This one. So this right here. Come on. So this is actually a simulated attack, and WWIII knows why, because this was there is a plan to attack aviation again, not just in the U.S., but also in other parts of the world, including Pakistan, and they're aware of it, very aware of it. It's coming from Al-Qaeda and the UK here, just me? Okay, I don't know what happened. Anyway, so they are there is a plan for this that is underway, and so ultimately that's what that is. That's what that scenario is for. Yes, but do not forget it. Just this. You have a box? Yeah. Sorry, my charger just got stolen. Borrowed. It got borrowed. Anyway, so the Pakistan Airport Authority conducted that full-scale emergency exercise at Islamabad International Airport. A simulated aircraft accident scenario was enacted involving participation from rescue, fire, medical, and law enforcement. And again, this is because there is a plan regarding aviation, and Pakistan was actually tipped off about it several months ago, and WWIII and I had talked about it then. And so at this point in time, they are preparing because it's supposed to come before the end of the year. That is all we know at the moment. At least that's what we're hearing, allegedly. Okay. U.S.-Pakistan Rare Earth Pact faces complex challenges. Apparently, Pakistan inked a landmark $500 million deal with American firm U.S. Strategic Metals back in September. This would have been an estimated $6 trillion in untapped rare earth and critical mineral reserves, largely in the very volatile Balochistan. Yes, we've talked about it a lot recently because there's been fighting there like crazy. The agreement promises some exploration, development, refining. It was supposed to be an economic lifeline for the debt-strapped Pakistan, which was going to they're facing right now 75% debt to GDP ratio and a dwindling $20 billion in reserves. The pact is projected to slash $110 billion in debt for 5 years for them, which is amazing. But there's some problems now because, Balochistan, which is the epicenter of these reserves, is simmering with separatist insurgency, as I mentioned. They've been fighting here relentlessly in the past several months, where locals are decrying exploitation by the Pakistani state and foreign powers alike, despite China's $50 billion investments via CPEC. The province is impoverished. Imagine that. It's kind of something that happens with China when they lend money. Fueling fears that the U.S. involvement will echo some past grievances with local gains. So China is dominating currently 70% of the global rare earth mining and 90% processing. So some problems here going on. Their $6 trillion boast is kind of like a desert mirage right now, derailed by the rebels' economics and this power rivalry that's going on right now between these countries. And in China, I'm going to put everything, like I said, inside my folder, but China, their army conducted an amphibious landing drill featuring several robo-dogs. Actually, I'm going to show you this, but I am going to tell you that I'm going to have to start it midway, solely for the fact that there's some pew-pews in it, and I don't want to show those because I'll be in trouble. That's a pretty good reason why I don't want to show it. But I will show you part of it, to be fair. So just not the part that's going to get me in trouble. Really not sure. This probably is it right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So let me just scooch it. No, can't show those. Okay, I'm not sure where it went. This is definitely not them. That's us. That's us for Venezuela. Where is the one for... Huh. I'm a-looking. No, it's Pakistan. All right. Well, let me see if I have it. I know I saved it. Let me look and see where it is because it is a pretty cool video, but let's see here, China. Yep, here it is. All right. I don't know how that didn't load. Or it probably did, and I just, yeah, it's this crazy thing right here. Okay, so I'm going... Okay, well, since I have something in their hand, I can't really show. I can't show any of that. But I can show the Robodog. We've been looking at the Robodog for quite some time. The Robodog is a freaking beast, actually. And the drones. That is the Robodog. That is a scary little shit. We've seen it, like, hike mountainsides, and it's been insane. So anywho, sorry about that, TikTok. I was trying to avoid showing that part. Okay, so let me get moving back. Yeah, did you guys see it? Yeah. Okay, good. Just making sure it played. Okay, we gotta find that old one that shows them running up the mountain because that was wild. Anyway, also, so that was their amphibious landing drill. Now, just again, I want you to think about the words that just came out of my mouth. Why would China need an amphibious landing drill if they weren't going to invade Taiwan? Anyway, just saying, allegedly. President Trump did say that Xi Jinping understands the consequences of what the U.S. would do if China invaded Taiwan, but he's going to do it anyway. So this is exactly what I was getting at. So about a week ago, maybe a few days ago, actually, after Trump left over in Seoul, and he met, of course, with Xi Jinping. All I'm going to say is there was a conversation where he was like, oh, because of you, I'll go ahead and I'll hold off, out of respect from invading Taiwan. I saw one report on it. That was it. And all I'm going to say is I knew it was utter bullshit. I knew it was. Because even if that statement was made, why would Trump now need to say to him or say out loud that he understands the consequences? If he understands the consequences, Trump wouldn't even need to say it out loud. The bottom line is, even if he understands the consequences, they don't care. Okay? They're going to target Taiwan, whether it's during this term or not. I'm still staking 2027. Could be earlier. But it's got to be done by 2027. Yes, everybody lies, Tennessee mama. Okay. Also, China is building this 2,500-mile electric barrier on the southern border. I find this rather interesting. China is actually constructing it. It's a high-tech fence along the borders with Myanmar, Vietnam, and Laos, okay? It is actually reportedly designed to severely restrict immigration, specifically to prevent citizens from fleeing the country. Interesting, right? Why would anybody want to flee China? It's very weird. Anyway, let's take a look here at this damn thing. Here it is. I didn't, not my music, guys. That is the worst music ever. Anyway, still, look at this. Yeah, they're just building this. They think that is going to help stop anybody. I'm just going to show it again. This is going to prevent nobody. Have you seen how high our wall is? And it doesn't stop them from trying. Come on. They're funny, though. Thought they were supposed to be more technically inclined than this. I don't know. Just saying. Thought they were building, the highest bridges ever and, I don't know, bridges that go out over nothing with no support under them, that kind of thing. What the hell? Anyway, moving on. Philippines. So, interesting. Europe expanded their defense presence in Philippines in a geopolitical gambit. So Sweden is pushing for a permanent defense attaché in Manila, signaling Europe's growing strategic stake in the Philippines to deter a charged or changed China and secure vital South China Sea trade lanes, reporting out of South China today. So listen, the analysts are saying that this is part of a broader European pivot, with 40% of the EU trade transitioning to South China Sea and Taiwan Strait. Sweden is joining France, Germany, and the UK, of course, in deepening these Indo-Pacific security ties, prioritizing direct confrontation over maritime freedom and regional stability. And then I do want to mention something about Africa because, and I know she did discuss Nigeria, but look, report out today that there could be U.S. airstrikes and military boots on the ground in Nigeria. We talked about this yesterday, but that one was, well, up the ante because record numbers of Christians, according to Trump, in Nigeria, of course, are being killed, which we've known for months. There are other very bad countries in that part of the world where they're killing Christians in very large numbers. We are not going to allow this to happen. Now let's move on to Latin America, where it's been busy. busy this weekend. Okay, the planned limited and surgical bombing campaign of Venezuela will be the most powerful U.S. bombing campaign since the 1998 bombing of Iraq, allegedly. Even without the USS General Ford Carrier Strike Group present, there are more Tomahawk cruise missiles right now in the Caribbean than the missiles used against the Houthis in the past year. When the Ford and its escorts arrive in the Caribbean, though, the firepower will overshadow the intervention in Libya. However, this firepower will still fall short of the 1999 NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. The 1999 NATO bombing campaign against Yugoslavia's impact on the decision of Slobodan Milosevic's decision to withdraw from Kosovo and sign the Kumanovo Agreement is debatable. So Milosevic signed that agreement only after the Russian envoy Viktor Chernomyrdin gave him guarantees that Kosovo would not declare independence for at least 3 years and that Russian peacekeepers would be deployed in Pristina. The bombing, although surgical, still left a lot of Serbian civilians dead, and some bombings might even be considered war crimes, such as the Gredelkia train bombing, NATO bombing of Albanian refugees near Dekovica, and the NATO bombing of the radio television of Serbian headquarters and the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade. Despite much of Yugoslavia's infrastructure being destroyed by that bombing, Milosevic and the Yugoslav army were determined to continue the war until Kumanovo agreement with guarantees from Russia. Milosevic lasted 1 more year in power after that until he lost the 2000 presidential elections, which he gave up because the Yugoslav army hinted that they would stand aside and allow the transfer of power. So, yes, a lot more firepower than that. Okay, so anyway, the U.S. Marines carried out an exercise in Puerto Rico as tensions with Venezuela escalated a day ago. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro lashed out at us, saying, "Stop the threats, stop the militarism, stop the fascism." Gotta love the words. "Stop the wars." Look, it's a fascist calling us a fascist. How fucking sweet. Anyway, Reuters posted a map today, which I thought was really interesting, of the American military buildup in the Caribbean Sea. Their map is shit, but I'm still going to show it, just because, well, you know, it's something we should probably show. But let's take a peek at their really ridiculous map. This is it, once it decides to open. And I'm going to blow it up a little bit so y'all can see it. This is what Reuters is actually reporting. Why is it not showing? There we go. Come on. Okay. Yep. This is what they're reporting. Okay. Gotta love Reuters. Look, they even drew the B-52s and the B-1s. They even did that. By the way, they're a little slow because this is already done. These are already gone, okay? Not all of them, obviously. A lot of the stuff is still out there. But the shit over in Trinidad and Tobago, well, one of those warships is gone. But needless to say, yep, this is their little diagram. Yep, it's kind of shitty, actually. I was like, God, you'd think y'all would do better than that. But anyway, they didn't. Very original. Yep. Look, Henry E. Rolson Airport at the island of St. Croix in the Virgin Islands. Reuters also showed the active movements with the deployment of the AN TPS-75 radar on the island of St. Croix. Construction near the civilian aircraft apron is also taking place, but unsure if it's linked to the military deployments. And also at Jose Aponte de la Torre Airport in Puerto Rico, Reuters was able to capture the photos of tent cities that have now popped up at the ex-Roosevelt Roads Naval Station. This is one of the major developments, actually, we've been kind of waiting to see in the heightened conflict potential with Venezuela. And here is what I'm referring to. Maybe if I can get everything that I need. Here. So these satellite images, number 1. So we've got taxiway construction that's been built up here. You can see the dates of the progression. Pretty freaking fast, actually. They're moving. Yep. And then also, there is this picture. Look at the Reaper drones. Yep. And then we got the... Yep, look at them there on the runway. I'm just telling you, like, there is rapid buildup, period. Also, let's see here. All right. Sorry, moving on. Trump said that he thinks Maduro's days as president are numbered. Really, go figure. And the U.S. military is training to fight in the jungles, which I have video of, near Venezuela as well. Kind of interesting, right? Why would they need to train in the jungles if we're not going to invade? You know, I don't know. Just saying. I'm asking for a friend. Just for a friend. I don't know. I think it's a little strange that they're training to do that. I mean, they've already trained for, you know, land incursions or from, you know, amphibious units. And now we're going to try, let's try some jungle escapades. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all know what this means. I mean, we're not fools. So clearly, fantastic. You know, it is what it is. Obviously, we have no means to tell anybody to stop doing this. They're going to do it anyway. Also, and I do have video of this, so let me see if I can actually grab it real quick for you, of them practicing in the jungle. Hopefully, I can find it. You know, I seem to have problems sometimes. Oh yeah, I believe it is this, because this is the one I played earlier that I was like, oh, look. Well, yeah, that kind of looks a little jungly. Oh, those have things on it. Nope, those have things on it. Oh, look. Training in the jungle. Training in the jungle. Yeah. So, clearly, we're training in the jungle. Anyway, moving on. There was a gang war in Rio de Janeiro again. Traffickers from the Comando Vermelho just invaded the Carobina community controlled by militias in Campo Grande, west zone of the Rio de Janeiro. So also Nora O'Donnell from 60 Minutes. This is good. Now the U.S. Gerald Ford, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, is heading to the Caribbean. Are we going to war with Venezuela? Trump's like, I doubt it. I don't think so. But they have treated us very badly. What kind of answer is that? What kind of answer is that? That's absolutely terrible. Anyway, there are joint drills with Panama's forces to sharpen jungle survival and patrol tactics. That is what we're doing, by the way. And the Venezuelan Air Force also released footage from October 29th showing Su-30 Mk2 fighters armed with KH-31s. And I'm going to share that with you right now here as well. Sorry, it's like fighting me a little bit. There we go. And this, I don't have to stop, like, because TikTok is gonna freak out. There we go. So I'll just let that play out for a moment and show you what, oh, sorry. That's totally my bad. There we go. I don't know what's wrong with everybody in this music choices tonight. This is very strange. Anyway, so October 29th, the Venezuelan Air Force released this video, currently circulating now. And look, these are multi-role fighters. Sorry, there we go. Let's do it again, but preferably again without the sound. Holy shit. Let's do that. Okay. Multi-role fighters flying in formation, clearly armed with Russian-made KH-31s, anti-ship missiles. The publication comes in the middle of a phase of heightened U.S. naval and air security or activity in the Caribbean, officially presented by Washington as counter-narcotics and maritime security operations, but perceived in Caracas as a coercive military pressure. By choosing to publicize this specific loadout, Venezuela is not only demonstrating that its Su-30 fleet remains operational, clearly that's the point, nobody knew if it was or wasn't, and they're properly armed. So those two things. Anyway, this is a signal to us, guys, that there would be a credible maritime strike threat. And the video is definitely, following some earlier demonstrations during the September exercises in La Orchila, when Caracas had already heightened the same aircraft missile pairing as the spearhead of that deterrence posture. And also the U.S., of course, has rapidly, as I mentioned, upgraded the base in Puerto Rico. The taxiways, as mentioned, were prepped for jets and cargo planes, which they had not been previously. And the tents, there were nearly 24 tents and Reaper drones, as I showed you Those were already in place. Lawmakers from 14 nations now have met in Caracas denouncing what they called U.S. military aggression against Venezuela and urging lost my spot. Respect for international law. That's funny. International law, could that include maybe don't put your fucking drugs in the ocean coming at us? Could that include that? Because I would think it would, you know. I don't know much about international law except I studied it, international law, as part of my degree base. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? I just know that, you know, maybe you should stop allowing people to come across our fucking water with drugs. Just saying. Anyway, we parliamentarians from Cuba, Nicaragua, Colombia, just noticed who they are, by the way, okay? Notice who they are. It's very interesting because these are countries I said we had a problem with. So here we go. Some of them I did not, to be fair, because I didn't even put any weight into them. But in this case, the first three right off the bat, I've already named. Okay, here we go. Cuba, Nicaragua, Colombia, go figure, Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mexico, already named that one, Brazil, named it, Guatemala, Honduras, and Uruguay. Gathered in Caracas to defend peace, sovereignty, and international law against the growing U.S. threats. International law. So if that's the case, Cuba, Nicaragua, Colombia, fucking Mexico, and Brazil can fucking suck it when they come at us over international law. Who the hell do these guys think they are? Anyway, it's hysterical. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, President Trump said that Xi Jinping understands the consequences again. Sorry, I forgot I put this in here twice. NATO. Let's talk about NATO. So there were drones spotted over Klein-Brogel Air Base in Belgium again. Drones were observed over the air base in the Pier Limburg province. I'm not really sure how this shit keeps happening, and yet they didn't take my advice. Shoot them the fuck down. I don't think you can be any clearer. Shoot them down. They shouldn't be there. What the hell? Anyway. Still. Okay, Russia has now terminated their energy agreement too with Finland regarding the use of Vuokassa river section, which I'm probably saying wrong. For the second time this weekend, 3 large unidentified drones spotted over Klein-Brogel. 3 of them. Third fucking time. Second time. How does this shit keep happening, right? Anyway, look, this is where, just so you know how important this base is, this is where they house the F-16s and the 10th Tactical Wing of the Belgian Air Force, and by the way, the B-61 nuclear bombs, which are maintained by the U.S. Air Force at this base. At this base. So, does anybody else think that that would be, intentional? So again, why are you not shooting them down? I don't get it. Especially when they're over a facility housing our nuclear weapons. Well, how stupid can you be? Anyway, according to the Belgian Defense Ministry, the drones flew in a way which clearly suggested that they were targeting Klein-Brogel. You think? A drone jammer was deployed but failed to disrupt the drones, probably because they're, what's that called? Fiber optic. Anyway, probably. But what do I know? Anyway, the police and helicopter tracked the drones but lost them several kilometers away from Klein-Brogel. Okay, and in Ukraine, actually, Anthony already read this. I just wanted to touch on it one more thing. Look. Aside from Trump saying that he is not currently considering supplying Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, but that could change, right? That could change part. That right there, right, is, so frustrating. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine has been tough, he said, and I initially thought it would be easy to resolve. I respect him for saying that. I do. I don't hold any ill will for him for hoping he could stop a war. Obviously, he's just one person and there's other parties involved. And then on to my final thing, which is just three little things. One is the CEO said, Jensen Huang said NVIDIA is going all in on bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. It's great for business. It's great for America. Everybody wins. I think that's great. And also, I've got two final things to show you. One is our future, and this is actually, and I'm sure you saw it, Anthony, the tank. I'm sure you saw the freaking crazy tank. This here is what happens. Yeah. It's wild, right? This is what happens when you've got, drones that attack your freaking tanks, right? You got to do weird shit like this. Yeah. So, yep. That's how you avoid getting struck. That's how you hide. It's insane. I hope this isn't our future. This is some Mad Max shit. And that's actually what they were saying. Look at that. I don't know. It looks like, I don't know, a giant fucking porcupine.
That's what they called it.
They did. They called it a porcupine.
Or a furry. Called it a furry tank as well.
It's weird. So weird. Okay. Yeah. I'm moving.
Then you got the turtle.
Yeah. I seen the turtle. Yep. Yep. But this is it. This is the future here. You know? I think that they probably know where this is hiding, don't you think? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Unless you can make shit invisible, which will be maybe the next thing we do. Who knows? Be pretty amazing if they figure out that technology. Anyway, and finally, the last thing I want to show you guys is this. Okay, so this is in the United States, actually. I want you to see it first before I explain what you're looking at exactly. Oh, it's not going to play. It'll probably start in a second. That's usually what happens to me when I load these. But this right here, okay, is Hindus in North Carolina. They acquired over 130 acres of residential land and are currently building a massive temple with plans for a 155-foot statue of Lord Murugan, the Hindu god of war. The statue is going to be taller than the Statue of Liberty, by the way. Anybody else offended?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thought you guys might be upset. Okay, so now I'm going to close it out with this. You guys have actually crushed it here. You're up to 559,000 likes, which is insane. So we are going to play the other song, and then we'll open the floor for a little bit at least. And then I'm probably going to have to go to bed because I have a super early flight, right? But yeah, I don't know the town, guys. I just know it's in North Carolina. Not a good thing. Oh, it's finally running, though. So let me see if I can actually show it to you. Sometimes it takes a long time for those to download. So let me turn it back on so you can see it. This is it. Isn't that fucking wild? Yeah. I don't know. I think that'll make a nice addition in North Carolina. Oh my God. That's wild. Looks like a
just one. We got it.
Do what?
Just drop a Moab. We're all good.
Well, yeah. That's a big old what the fuck. Yeah. So here, I'm gonna play it from the beginning now that you can see the whole thing. Look how big the statue is. God. Oh look, you have. It's gated. You know, so there can't be any protesters.
Dude, my grandfather is rolling over in his grave right now.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean... I can tell you where I won't be going. Well, they bought the land, and we apparently sold it to them. So there you go. All right. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I really don't know. All right, let me go ahead and play this last song. I hope I have the right one because, you know, how I named them. They're kind of, like I said, those two are kind of similar. That one is kind of similar. I just got to make sure it's the right one and not the same thing we played earlier. And if it is, then I apologize, and I'll have to owe you a song. But I thought I did 5. Trust me, it was a long day. I believe I have 5. If not, then I'll be owing you another one. Or I'll play another one that I already played. Okay, so we played the first one a second ago. I'm hoping this is the right one. Okay. Yeah.
Went to the city on a Saturday, saw a protest blocking the street. Signs said abolish ICE, but they were eating mint chip, still kinda neat. Asked them why they're mad at immigration cops, they said borders are fascist, dude. I said, so can I move in your apartment? They said, no, that's different, rude. Said capitalism's evil, then charged me $5 for a paper straw. Told me walls don't work while living in a gated complex with key fob entry and guard dog. It's Trump's fault somehow. Gas too high, Trump's fault. Rent too high, Trump's fault. Therapists tired of your trauma TikToks. Probably Trump's fault. Stub your toe, blame MAGA. Dog ate homework, blame MAGA. Dropped your oat milk latte. Lord have mercy, definitely MAGA. From weather to Netflix, buffering slow.
Did I play this?
Don't you know they scream no ice, like they're fighting tyranny and rage. Then celebrate the protest at Chipotle, saying extra ice water is okay. Less plastic, save the waste. Told me gender's a spectrum. I said, well, God bless, sure thing. Then they yelled science matters, except when we talk biology. That's hate speech now, apparently. They say free speech is violence, but burning flags, artistic pride. And everyone is welcome unless you show up wearing camo and a Bible to the pride. It's Trump's fault somehow. Forgot your tote bag, Trump's fault. Phone died fast, Trump's fault. Ran out of vegan mayo, orange man bad, at fault. Traffic jam, Trump. Stressed at brunch, Trump. TikTok ban, obviously Trump. Breaking news, global cheese shortage discovered in Europe. Could be Trump. Even if he was golfing in Florida, yep, still Trump, especially Trump. They cried in 2016, they cried through 2020. They're already pre-crying for 2288 just in case. If drama was cardio, they'd outrun every Marine on base. Hey, ICE has got to go, lest we lose our points. Then we like them though. Blame it on the orange faux gas stove economy, UFOs. Trump's fault, says the liberal TikTok pro. It's Trump's fault somehow. Car won't start. Trump. Bad air dirt. Ran out of vote foam. Trump's fascist foam agenda. Yup, they don't need proof. They got feelings. Reality's optional. Rage has no ceiling. Bless their hearts. They try so hard, but common sense has left the yard. It's Trump's fault somehow. Don't ask why. They don't know how. Just yell racism loud enough, and you win the argument now.
Alexa, play Imagine and pass the emotional support avocado. And quick, somebody check Twitter. I think Trump just caused climate change again.
Yeah, it was definitely different. Oh God. Anyway. All right, that is it for me. So anyway, Eeyore needs answers. What? EOR needs answers. I don't know what you mean. I'm so sorry. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Anyway, anything else going on, guys, tonight? Do we want to look at planes real quick, or is there anything up?
I'll look.
Oh, don't take too. Is it Trump's fault? Wait till I get the "It's the Jews and Trump's fault" song. That was my thing today. Remember, Anthony? If something happened, it's because of the Jews and Trump. They did it. Always the Jews and Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that was so priceless the other day with oh gosh, Big Mike with that girl Boba, whatever her name was. Oh my God! I mean, how are you gonna blame Trump for something that happened in 1990 by another president? You've got to be kidding me. And listen, it just makes me mad that I have to sit here and defend him. If he does something, I'm going to call him out for it 100%. But let's not blame the guy for a shit that doesn't have anything to do with him. Like, God. You caught hell for it in another live, Logan? Really? What'd you do? Oh, it was pretty funny. Look at whose comments. I don't know what we're talking about, guys. I'm looking at comments here. But thank you guys for getting all the way up there. That was amazing that you guys have miraculously hit like 568,000 likes. That's insane. Which one was your favorite? I'm curious of the songs. I need ideas for new ones.
The first couple ones I couldn't really hear because it was glitching bad for me. So I gotta listen to them all again before I can say what one I think is the best.
Mm-hmm. So the first, I've got someone liking the first. America First. America First was good. So the first one was the Shutdown song. Yep.
Hey, Marine Mom.
Yep.
That comment they're telling you to look at, don't worry about it. The dude's gone. He just had a problem with us not liking that temple.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think he said something to the nature of like freedom of religion. You know?
Yeah, it is freedom of religion.
With it, I just ignored him.
It's freedom of religion, and it's also freedom of speech. So, yeah, we don't have to like it. See how that works? Amazing how that works.
Yep. The Doomsday, again, second night in a row, he's over by
I'm gonna move you up.
Philippines and Taiwan.
I'm going to move you up.
The E4B guys, the Doomsday, Titan 29. I don't know. He stayed over there after Trump left, and then the one that came out of Hawaii went over here and followed him back. But the one that left over there with him has been hanging out over here in the South Pacific.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, we kind of have to because, you know, Xi Jinping is not going to stop. Not at all.
Our total number right now is less than 100. It's 91.
Huh, well, that's
93.
more than it was yesterday. That's because we have no money.
Yep. There are 2 C-17s headed over the pond with the Stratotanker.
I will tell you that something just occurred to me. I think we have no choice but to get the freaking government open again because of this money situation, especially with our military right now.
Yeah.
I'm going over there and checking, David.
You guys checking for helicopters?
Oh, there you go again. Okay.
There was one that just went down. They're flying around McMurdo again in Antarctica.
I have a feeling that they're probably giving communist rides.
Yeah. What's going over? What's up with all these F-16s up by Jakarta?
You know what would be even cooler if they like froze before they hit the ground?
So Indonesia's got 3 F-16s up. Weird.
Very
They're all
weird.
like number 1, number 2, number 3 tracked. Let's see what McMurdo's looking like, if there's anything down there. The C-17 went down there too earlier. But no chopper up right now. Sorry, boss.
Yeah, that's anticlimactic.
I do have this for you though, hold on.
Oh, that's funny.
So they're new rockets, I guess. They can like shapeshift as like at Mach 1 or 2, whatever, with their fins. They now are strong enough to like, you know, change the aerodynamics at Mach whatever speed they're flying. So I like saw that and I was like, Timu shapeshifting technology.
Horseshit.
Hold on, I got another one. This one was Japan. They actually launched actual like spy satellite defense, like missile defense up in space. Hypersonic missile path. It's like to track missiles and stuff.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, Japan coming in clutch.
Yep. Let's see what else I got. I got one more that's funny. Oh, this one. Okay, so there was a joke. There was something that came out. Do you guys see it yet or no?
No?
I
don't know.
See it?
I don't
Okay.
see. I see
Okay,
you.
Let me. Because there was like breaking news yesterday that there was some video footage of Donald Trump actually grabbing someone in the, you know, private.
Oh my God.
But it turned out to be just him shaking Newsom's hand.
No, I saw that one. I saw that one. They're like, oh,
So
you
I
gra-
did this one, and I asked AI, I was like, can you have Donald Trump grabbing Newsom by the pussy?
Oh my God, and it grabbed him by.
And it did this.
What
It
the
was like,
hell?
I don't know, dude. It was just so funny. But my brother told me that joke, and I was dying. I was like, what? So I had to make a meme out of it. And then, dude, SpaceX last night, guys, if you missed the launch, got some crazy images. It lit up the whole sky, like turned night into day. It was just awesome.
Hey, you know that XBAT system that they're testing? The autonomous, yeah, the autonomous drones. The VTOL, they can, they have a vertical takeoff and landing.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like they may be using some sort of SpaceX technology there too when landing.
I'm sure Elon gave him a bunch of info and, like, you know, trial and error, like technology, you know, or probably whatever program that he uses, he probably gave to them or sold it to him in a contract, you know.
Wow.
It's not too far-fetched to believe, I would think, you know.
Right.
Especially with how successful the, you know, Falcon 9s have been. You know, we haven't seen one fail in a long time on these landings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
Why not use that technology if it's working, you know, for these drones?
Well, Anthony, are you going to go live?
For a little bit tonight, yeah.
Yeah, I am going to have to get off, guys, because I have to be out of here at 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah, to get this flight. And if I don't go to bed, I'll never sleep. And I still have to take care of a few things. You what?
The old lady starts, I said I got a busy day tomorrow. The lady starts her new job, so she's got to be up early. First time actually working, like, morning hours. She's always had night gigs. I always work mornings. So I got to do all the kids in the morning the next couple of days. And then I got to go out and job hunt while they're at school. Hopefully I get a call back from that. interview though that I had in that restaurant. So.
Plumbing, electrical, or heating and air.
Oh, I know. They always need people.
You will make big money.
All right. So are you going live?
Yeah, I'll go live for a little bit.
Okay.
The E4B being up is kind of a big deal, so.
It is, for sure. Yeah, Augusto. How are you, Augusto? Thank you guys for the safe trip comments. Are you? You finished?
And you better be safe too.
Oh, I will be.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
TSA hell. Oh, they're not working right now, are they?
They are for me. They are for me.
TSA?
Yeah. Yep.
That's a shame.
What? Well, why? I want to make. I want to make
TSA
my
has
flight.
Never stopped a terrorist attack ever.
Well, Us, what'd you say?
No, it's not.
It's okay. Everything is important. Everything.
I just say it's shaped like a bullet, so all the wildlife bounces away.
Super. Now, listen, have any of you guys been on like the bullet trains in Europe?
No.
Yeah, listen.
Although I did take an Amtrak from Seattle, Washington to Newark, New Jersey.
Oh.
Yeah, coast to coast.
That probably took how many days?
5 days.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's probably cool though. That was probably a cool ride.
Aw, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that so much. Aw, she's so sweet. I want to show you guys really quickly, since we were on this conversation, so you understand why I'm very, like, in reference to these, why I like them so much. Like, I personally would take a bullet train everywhere if I had the option to do so. Like, no shit. I mean, for real. Like, no shit. I don't know if anybody down there has, but my favorite, like, to take over in Italy is like Italio. Oh my God, that is like the best, right? That train. And I'm just going to show you the inside of it so you have an understanding of why I would do this, like, every day of the week. Anywhere. Would go anywhere in it, actually. So let me just see if I can get this freaking video up.
It doesn't hurt that it's named after a bullet. I mean, how cool is that?
All right. I know. Okay, here. I'm trying to get it. I have to stop the stupid thing. Why does it want to do this? Like, I don't want the music to play. Oh my God.
That's a good song.
It's not really, but that's okay.
You don't like that song?
No. What is it? I don't even know what it was. Okay, let me just get this up on the screen. I'm going to swap you really quickly here. Just for a minute. So I can show you all this. And then you'll understand why in a heartbeat I would do this. Of course, that apparently, here we go. Apparently, why is this? There we go. I was like, where's my YouTube? There it is. Oh my gosh. Like, apparently I have to unlock it and move it. There we go. So I just want you to see this freaking thing. Okay, hang on. Let me... There it is. Look at this. Look at that. Like, so freaking comfortable. Like, for real. For real, for real. I don't know why we're getting a bathroom tour. But look how comfortable that is. Like... Look, you got tables, they flip around, and honestly, this is just like one of the classes, but you can take like how do I explain it? Like their executive class or prima class or whatever the hell it's called, their business class. You can take that, and it's like, it's so mint, and it's not expensive like at all. Like to take like a 4-hour trip, like $50 each. Like first class, and it's just so comfortable, truthfully. So I don't know what this person's taking a picture of, but anyway, I don't know what the hell's all on here, but this is executive class. Let me see, executive class. I went like looking for a better freaking video of this shit would be nice, but that's not the right one. That's not the right one.
That was the Doobie Brothers, by the way.
Was it? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
How dare I not know what it is? I didn't know. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
How dare I not know? I didn't know. For real, I didn't know. Why is it not showing me the Italio? Like, whatever, dude. This guy is actually showing it. He's showing the club. So I'm just gonna... This is easier to see.
The new AI.
I love Sora. It's actually really great. Probably why I'm getting the ad right now. Anyway. Let me fast forward this dude. Yeah, like they have the... Okay, here we go. See, look. They have a lounge with the Italio, which is fantastic. They have a lounge. And if you are in club, you get to go to the lounge in the train station away from all the really weird people. So it's really nice. And they have, like, you know, coffee and food and snacks in there for you, like outright meals, actually, which is incredible. So good.
Do they have a club car?
They do.
Yes.
Look at you.
Amtrak had one too.
Yep. So I don't know why we're having to watch this guy eat, but okay, I don't want to do that.
You could buy beers and stuff.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Yep, same. So look, this is it. Look at this. How nice, right? There's like a meeting room and everything else. Like, so freaking comfortable.
They probably have bunks also.
Yeah, well, they turn some of the seating turns. There's actually private family rooms on them. That's why I'm saying how much more comfortable this shit is in a plane.
Oh my God, so much better.
So
and you get
much better. Look, it's so much better. Look how much space like you get too. It's like wild.
Dude, I'd be sitting in the massaging chair just.
Right? I'm telling you.
I guess the unfortunate thing is there's not really an Amtrak line that comes, from across the southern part of the United States.
See, but we're missing out, guys. Like, we really need to, like, bitch and moan. I'm not going to lie about this shit, for real. Like, that we need this. We totally need this here in the States.
I mean, it's cool that other countries can do this because they don't have to fight wars. I mean, really, they love their health care and their subsidies for this and that. And at the same time, they don't have to pay for their defense.
Yep.
Oh,
their roads are beautiful.
So they've got a little extra coin they can throw around, I guess.
They got no potholes. All their sidewalks are perfect.
This is my favorite. Is Italio. This is the company right here. Look at this. This is great. Listen, I am telling you, that was such a good freaking little joke you made there, because it's so true. Like, if we would stop fighting everybody. Hey, Lisa, thank you so much, love. That was incredible, by the way. This is, and again, like, you can take like a 5-hour freaking trip for like $200 for 4 people, right? In this area, sitting in this area. It's so worth it. It's so worth it.
And here we are worried about fucking snaps.
What are we trying to say
Oh
here
yeah,
now?
that too. I forgot. So we have like our biggest expenditures are defense and healthcare.
Shit, $200 for one airline fucking ticket. Are you kidding me? Or more. 200 minimum, let's put it that way.
That's really not too bad for a plane.
No. Mine was a little more than that, but it wasn't bad. I think it was like, I think for both of us on the one way, the non-stop flight, I think it was like with tax around $800 for the two of us.
Well, not everybody can fly first class.
I'm not flying first class. There's 2 of us. There's 2 of us. First class would be like $2,000. I'm not doing that.
With the steak and baked chicken.
The shit steak on the plane? No thanks. No. I've only flown first class once, and I didn't pay for it. It was because I got upgraded. I wouldn't waste the money. Now, if I ever had to fly overseas again and it was just me, I might break down and do it, because it's freaking 9.5, 10 hours. You know what I mean? That just sucks. So, but yeah, not for this. I'll just get up and walk around. When I was a kid, I took when I went to Europe, the first time I ever went to Europe, we took a double-decker plane, and it had a full bar on it. And, of course, I couldn't really drink anything in the bar, but either way, you had to walk up the stairs and go into the lounge. But again, when you're sitting that long, it sucks, Not looking forward to flying tomorrow. Everybody's giving me umpteen gazillion reasons why I shouldn't be looking forward to it. Thanks for all the support. Ragging on TSA.
Just make sure you count the rivets.
Oh, stop. Boss. What is wrong with you?
Do you have a window seat?
Actually, I didn't take a window seat this time because it's my daughter and I, so we're actually sitting on inside facing each other, like two ends. No, because I didn't want to get stuck in there. 5 hours, if I need to use the restroom, I don't want to fucking get up, make people get up and shit, So no, I didn't want to do that. I did last time, and it was just me. I took window seat. But No, not with her. We'd both be fighting over who got the fucking window. So I was like, we're just gonna both.
Well, statistically, your chances are better in the air than on the ground.
Okay.
There's that.
Listen, there is no coming back.
No, it's true.
Nope.
It is.
Nope. I know, but there's no coming back.
Driving is the
from...
most dangerous thing.
No, we're not. There's no coming back from the shit that you just said though earlier.
What? About rivets?
You just all of it. Just all of it. All of it, boss.
Oh. Well, the TSA thing was true. They don't do shit.
They don't. They check you. They scan you.
Right. Yeah, it's like obedience training.
Okay.
They don't do anything about terrorism.
Okay. I'm with that. I feel like that we should end this live.
I'm sorry if you know somebody that works for TSA.
No, that's not my problem. I'm flying tomorrow, boss.
Because I had a friend that worked for TSA for a long time.
Oh,
he basically told me that. Yeah.
Don't tell me that.
Why?
Why would you tell me
now
that?
She's like stress snacking.
Yeah, no, that's not even me. No, but I might go go freaking take something.
Whiskey.
Do what? Yes, something. Here.
Yeah, it's supposed to help with jet lag.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god.
Scotchy.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna play out the song. Are you gonna head over there, Anthony?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's gonna follow Anthony. Listen, thank you guys so much. I'll probably end right after. Anybody else want to say anything before we move on? Because I am gonna have to get a shower and go to bed. Anybody? All right. Yeah, I hear you, Tanya. Perhaps. All right. Oh my God. Well, listen, I love you guys, and I'll text you my flight number there, Anthony. He left already. Warlord. Y'all can watch me tomorrow. But listen, have an amazing night. Why am I not seeing? There it is. I was like, why am I not seeing the actual right song? Anyway, it's all good. I'll figure it out. Thank you guys so much, and yeah, thank you for the safe travels and the well wishes. I'm just gonna ignore him. Ignore Augusto. Anyway, good night, guys.
Steel birds humming through a battle storm. Boots on the ground, a new battle is born. From small town streets to the battle's tomb. Truth be told, in the global situation room. Global situation room, where the eagle takes flight. Marine mom and crew shine the truth every night. Through the fire, through the storm, freedom cuts through. The heartbeat of America beats here with you. Oh, 8 o'clock news breaks, the world's on fire. ICBMs ticking, climbing higher. B-2 bombers carving silence in the sky. Drones on the prowl while the patriots cry. Congress talks circles, wasting the day, but our flag still stands. It don't fade away. Global situation room, where the eagle takes flight. Marine mom and crew break it live each night. No spin, no script, just the hard-cut truth. The strength of the USA. regimes on the run. World leaders clash under the same red sun. Patriot missiles fired, but the cost runs deep. Freedom's watchtower, don't dare fall asleep. Through chaos and fire, brave U.S. Marines stand with soldiers and sailors defending this land. Our land. Global situation room where the eagle takes flight. Marine mom and crew break the dark with the light. Through the war, through the storm, freedom cuts through. The heartbeat of America beats here with you. The heartbeat of America beats here with you.
Good night, you too. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Hope you guys have an amazing day. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. We'll see how things go. But either way, one of us will be up, and we'll figure that out, I promise, pretty early, and announce it in Discord. So thank you guys, and talk to you tomorrow.
I could give you some. We can go to bed, get some sleep. It's good for your mentality.
You looking for a legend, baby?
No, we're not. It's bad.
Send this to someone who's bald. Send this to someone who's bald. Move, bruh. What are you doing down here? You should be up there, reflecting the light, giving the moon a break.
Okay.
Right? Hey there, Baldy. What's it like being bald? You're bald. You're bald. You're bald. You're bald.
radio, lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche, on a pas vu. Radio, lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, India 3 Foxtrot 7 X-ray by Pitch follow Mike India 3 Trot 7 X-ray Zulu Quebec Bravo Oscar Hotel Papa Foxtrot Delta Whiskey Leah X-ray November Delta November 7 Golf Quebec 3 Yes Mike India Foxtrot X-ray Quebec Bravo Oscar Whiskey Oh Yankee Foxtrot Delta Whiskey Juliet X-ray right Delta Echo Romeo Oh Back